Chapter 2985. 2985 facing a 7th tier elite. 2985 facing a 7th tier elite. Advancing from the 6th tier to the 7th tier was a completely different concept from the 7th tier battle prowess that Ling Han, Xueqi and Chihu, and the others possessed. The reason for this was simple. Genuine 7th tier elites could wield 6 different types of fundamental particles, and this allowed their bodies to become indestructible. This would be their greatest advantage. After all, how could one fight against an indestructible and undying opponent? When Ling Han saw Golden Silk Moth also saw him. Killing intent instantly spread across his face. At that time, Golden Silk Moth, 10,000 Shadows, and Yu Borong had all advocated the disposal of Ling Han. In the end, however, Yu Borong was killed by Ling Han, while 10,000 Shadows had also been forced to flee in disarray when fighting over a shard of Dimension Core with him. The person who had fared the best was probably Golden Silk Moth. 7th tier elites were indestructible and undying, so they didn't need to fear anyone. "Brat, I didn't expect to see you here," Golden Silk Moth said in a baleful voice. "However, what a great opportunity this is for me to dispose of you, a traitor." Ling Han shrugged and said, "So what if you're a 7th tier elite? Is it really that amazing?" "Humph. If you don't reach the 7th tier, how would you know just how powerful a 7th tier elite is?" Golden Silk Moth sneered with an expression of contempt. "Don't think that you can rival a 7th tier elite just because you possess battle prowess at the 7th tier. This is nothing but a foolish fantasy. Standing at my lofty height, your existence is but like that of a mere ant. This omnipotent sensation, it's something that you won't be able to understand. Moreover, you won't ever have the chance to experience it, either." As he said this, it was as if he were treating himself as a deity who sat atop an altar. Meanwhile, it was as if Ling Han were a peasant who could only kneel and kowtow to him. He was truly lost in a feeling of superiority. Ling Han shook his head and asked, "Any more last words?" "Last words? This brat treated my words as last words?" Gasp! What a toxic tongue. Golden Silk Moth's expression instantly became cold. As a paramount 7th tier elite who stood at the top of the world, he was someone who couldn't be blasphemed against. Others had to debase themselves and treat him with utmost respect and reverence. Yet, this brat actually dared to belittle him and ridicule him. "Brat, you're about to die, yet you still insist on being so stubborn?" Golden Silk Moth said in a calm voice. 7th tier elites naturally wouldn't lose control over their own emotions. "I initially wanted to give you a quick and painless death, but you're begging for more suffering and pain." Ling Han sighed and said, "I do indeed know the strength of 7th tier elites now. Your nonsense is so loud and obnoxious that it reverberates throughout the heavens. In this sense, I am indeed inferior to you. How admirable." He bowed as he said this. He was finally unable to contain his anger any longer, and he ferociously charged at Ling Han. His aura was devastating, and the 6 types of fundamental particles transformed into a spear in his hand that thrust at Ling Han. 7th tier elites were far too powerful, so much so that they were unable to use ordinary weapons. In fact, even heavenly venerate tools were unable to withstand the magnificent might of 7th tier elites. They would immediately shatter if they were used. However, this didn't matter. The 6 types of fundamental particles could gather together to form the most terrifying weapon in the world. Boom! The attack of the 7th tier elite was filled with might and dominance. Ling Han balled his hands into fists, and instantly activated all of his 7th grade seals at once, causing his power to increase 2,000-fold. Wang! Tens of thousands of dimensions materialized in the air. He then threw a punch. Pang! Golden Silk Moth was sent flying back at a speed even quicker than his advance. He immediately became a small speck in the distance. However, 7th tier elites were indestructible and undying, with their physiques also being invincible. Even though Ling Han's punch was supremely powerful, it still failed to cause any damage to Golden Silk Moth. However, Golden Silk Moth's jaw still dropped open, with shock spreading across his face. As a mighty 7th tier heavenly venerate, he had actually been sent flying by a single punch. If news of this spread, would he still have the face to see anyone? Indeed, he had only just advanced to the 7th tier. However, this still wasn't reason enough. This was embarrassing. This was far too embarrassing. Golden Silk Moth hurriedly gathered his strength and transformed the 6 types of fundamental particles into a gigantic palm. He slammed the palm into the ground in an attempt to halt his momentum, yet he was unable to stop himself no matter what. A deep pit was dug into the earth, and if water were to be poured inside, it would instantly transform into a large sea. Golden Silk Moth finally came to a rest after sliding tens of thousands of kilometers back. He couldn't help but feel astounded. Ling Han's strength was simply inconceivable. One had to realize that the higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it would be for one to challenge those at higher cultivation levels. Moreover, 7th-tier elites stood at the pinnacle of the world, so, theoretically speaking, they should have been invincible. Now, however, he was actually being suppressed by a 5th-tier elite. If it weren't for his indestructible 7th-tier physique, he would have most likely been crushed to death by this punch. With this in mind, Golden Silk Moth couldn't help but reach up and touch his face. After advancing to the 7th tier and being tempered by the 6 types of fundamental powers, one's physique would become indestructible. Not even the Genesis world exploding would be able to wound them. Thus, there wasn't a single mark left on his face. However, what astonished him was the fact that his mind shuddered a little. Weren't 7th-tier elites indestructible and undying? If that was the case, then why did his mind shudder a little? Even though it was barely noticeable, what would happen if Ling Han were more powerful? Would he feel a piercing pain instead? In fact, after reaching a certain limit, would his mind directly explode from the shock? This wasn't impossible. After all, this was how heavenly venerate yellow sand from the Genesis world of the last era had died. The problem was, could Ling Han become this powerful one day? So powerful that his attacks could rival the collapse of the Genesis world. Golden Silk Moth couldn't be certain. He could only hope that his physique and mind still had yet to reach their full strength because he had only just advanced to the 7th tier. He could only hope that experienced 7th tier elites wouldn't suffer the same outcome if they were to face Ling Han's strike. Whoosh! With a flash, Ling Han had already caught up to him. He immediately threw another punch. However, Ling Han held back this time, and he only channeled a single 6th grade seal. Brat, you dare to underestimate me? Golden Silk Moth roared. He felt like he was being brutally humiliated, and he immediately channeled a 2nd grade seal as he charged at Ling Han. They were both at the 7th tier, yet the gulf between Golden Silk Moth and Shatter Mountains was truly immense. Not only was Golden Silk Moth far weaker, but even the quality of his heavenly venerable seals was far inferior. However, this was inevitable. After all, Golden Silk Moth had been a 6th tier elite before, so the most powerful seals that he had been able to deduce were 2nd grade seals. How could he possibly compare to Shatter Mountains, a freak who had lived across 2 Genesis worlds? Pang! They exchanged another blow, and Golden Silk Moth was sent flying again. This time, however, Ling Han's punch was nowhere near as powerful as before, and this allowed Golden Silk Moth to quickly grind to a halt. However, his face was still filled with rage and shock. Ling Han had only channeled a single 6th grade seal, yet he had still been able to completely suppress him. Just how embarrassing was this? Golden Silk Moth had spoken with such arrogance and haughtiness just then, threatening Ling Han with an entire epoch of suffering and pain. Now, however, he was the one being pummeled. How could this gulf between expectation and reality not cause him to feel dejected and indignant? Ling Han didn't seize this opportunity to press his advantage. Instead, he proudly hovered above Golden Silk Moth and said calmly, 7th tier? Heh. He spoke only a few words, yet the disdain and contempt that these words carried cut bone deep. Golden Silk Moth's face twitched when he heard this. He felt like he was being humiliated again and again. He unleashed a deafening roar, and a boundless golden light erupted from his fists. Chapter 2986. 2986 Suppress. 2986 Suppress. Golden Silk Moth gave everything he had, unleashing his most powerful ultimate technique. Not only were his hands glowing, but even his body started to radiate with a brilliant glow. He then transformed into an insect. Ling Han grimaced upon seeing this. He felt a strong urge to burst into laughter. Are you joking? This wasn't an ordinary insect, and it was instead a golden silkworm that measured 300 meters in length. Its body was covered in rings of golden light, and it was more so exuding a boundless chaotic aura that was filled with a sense of sacredness. This was the original form of golden silk moth. He was originally a silkworm, and after 9 transformations, he finally advanced to the 7th tier. During his final transformation, he also returned to his original form, perfectly completing the cycle. However, this was a cycle that allowed his strength to rise explosively by countless times. Die! Golden silk moth roared. He opened his mouth, and the rings of golden light on his body undulated before shooting toward Ling Han. Wang wang wang! The rings of golden light arrived 30 meters above Ling Han, yet they didn't immediately slam down. Instead, they stopped for a brief moment before stacking together and forming a sheet of golden light. Ling Han instantly discovered that he couldn't move. This golden light is able to restrict movement? Ling Han glanced around, and he immediately gave an "oh" in realization. So that's how it is. As it turned out, Golden Silk Moth was purposely trying to appear mysterious. What was restricting Ling Han wasn't the sheet of golden light above his head. Instead, it was the barely perceptible golden threads that were so fine that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Perhaps even 6th-tier elites wouldn't be able to see them. Is this his silk? However, after thinking about this for a moment, Ling Han realized that this was only natural. After advancing to the 7th tier and returning to his original form, of course this little silkworm would be able to spit silk. These lengths of silk were imbued with the 6 fundamental powers, and it was because of this that they were incredibly tough and able to restrict Ling Han. However, Golden Silk Moth was overestimating himself. Die, brat! Golden Silk Moth charged down, spitting out the 6 fundamental powers and forming a divine saber that slashed down at Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head as he channeled all of his 7th-grade seals again. Snap, snap, snap. With a lift of his arms, all of the golden silk around him instantly snapped. He threw a punch at Golden Silk Moth. Spectacular expressions immediately flashed across Golden Silk Moth's face. In his eyes, this should have been his grand opportunity to counterattack and turn the tables. With Ling Han being restricted, he would have no option but to face his attacks head-on. Even if his strength were inferior to Ling Han's, his physique was definitely far superior to Ling Han's. He could remain unfazed after facing 10,000 or even 100 million strikes from Ling Han. However, Ling Han would suffer severe wounds or even be killed after facing a single one of his attacks. This was the freakish and unreasonable power of 7th-tier elites. Now, however, the situation was completely different from his imagination. This should have been his opportunity to land the killing blow, yet Ling Han had easily dealt with his ultimate technique, and then launched a counterattack of his own. In fact, it looked as if he were charging down to take Ling Han's punch on the face. Just how vexing was this? Pang! Just how quick were heavenly venerates? Before Golden Silk Moth could even finish his thoughts, the two of them had already clashed together. The divine saber that Golden Silk Moth had summoned was like a paper toy as it crumpled before Ling Han's fist. Meanwhile, Ling Han's fist continued to surge forward, eventually slamming into his face. The gigantic insect that measured 300 meters in length was instantly sent flying. Ling Han shrugged, shaking his head and saying, "Still so weak." Golden Silk Moth was almost angered to death. Even though he wouldn't suffer any wounds regardless of how many times Ling Han attacked him, hearing such contemptuous and demeaning remarks from a 5th-tier heavenly venerate still caused him to feel an immense sense of humiliation and anger so severe that he almost wanted to end his own life. However, what could he say? His strength was indeed inferior. Far inferior. "I'll pummel you until you yield," Ling Han roared. He continued to bombard Golden Silk Moth with furious attacks. Once Ling Han unleashed his might, Golden Silk Moth had no more opportunity to counterattack. His only option was to face these attacks head-on. Even though these attacks didn't hurt at all, this was still a tough mental challenge for Golden Silk Moth. He was filled with unbridled fury. In fact, he felt an urge to kill Ling Han even if this meant dropping back down to the 6th tier. "Brat, my physique is indestructible and invincible, so your attacks are nothing more than mere tickles," he roared. Even though he was being suppressed, he still tried to talk back and save some face for himself. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, This is your grandpa spanking his grandson, understand? Grandson my A*S. Golden Silk Moth wanted to vomit blood. Just how many epochs had he cultivated for? The grandpa of Ling Han's grandpa's grandpa could easily be the grandson of his grandson's grandson. Yet, Ling Han actually wanted to flip this around and become his grandpa? The issue was that he was genuinely unable to fight back at this moment. Was this not like a grandpa spanking his grandson? Was he the most pitiful 7th-tier elite in the world? Ling Han's attacks became increasingly relentless and ferocious. However, he certainly didn't feel like he was wasting his strength, nor was he losing himself in the euphoria of pummeling a 7th-tier elite. No, this wasn't the case. Instead, he was doing this because 7th-tier elites could be suppressed even though they couldn't be killed. This was Ling Han's wild ambition at the moment. He was going to suppress a 7th-tier elite. In the face of Ling Han's relentless attacks, Golden Silk Moth's body also started to change. From its initial 300 meters in length, it had now shrunk to just 270 meters. This was a very obvious transformation. This was the nature of being suppressed. Even though Ling Han's attacks couldn't wound Golden Silk Moth, they could indeed cause his physical form to change. It wasn't long before Golden Silk Moth shrunk to 240 meters in length, and then 210 meters, and then 180 meters. He shrunk more and more, and even when he eventually shrunk to 1 meter in length, Ling Han still didn't relent. Golden Silk Moth finally started to feel afraid. Brat, what are you trying to do? Ling Han grinned and replied, remember to call me Master in the future. Master? What is he trying to say? Golden Silk Moth faltered for a moment before suddenly coming to his senses. Ling Han wanted to become his master. You've gone crazy. He was a 7th-tier heavenly venerate. A 7th-tier ultimate elite. 7th-tier elites were indestructible and undying, and even paramount beings like Hysteria were unable to kill them. They were unafraid of anyone, so who could force a 7th-tier elite to yield and become a subordinate? No one. The answer was no one. In your dreams. Golden Silk Moth spat coldly. Ling Han simply chuckled in reply. Just you wait and see. 60 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 15 centimeters, 2 centimeters. Under Ling Han's barrage of attacks, Golden Silk Moth's body eventually shrunk to just 2 centimeters in length. This size was already no different from ordinary silkworms. It was just that his body was completely golden, making him appear especially sacred and pure. Ling Han grabbed Golden Silk Moth in his hand, with his devastating power like spiderwebs that wrapped around his body, preventing him from growing larger again. This didn't cause any harm to Golden Silk Moth's body. To say nothing of 2 centimeters, he wouldn't be injured even if he were to shrink 100 million times more. However, the problem was that he, a mighty 7th-tier elite, was actually being pinched in someone's hand like a pet. Just how humiliating was this? If someone saw this, he would definitely lose all his face. Ling Han, I'm a 7th-tier elite, a main force in the battle against Hysteria. If you capture me, will that be fair to the world? He shouted. However, his body was extremely small at the moment, and this caused his voice to sound extremely childish as well. It was as if he had truly become a child. Hey! And I'm someone who can kill Hysteria. Yet how did you treat me? Ling Han spat in disdain. Obediently become my pet. When you decide to call me master, I'll consider letting you go. Chapter 2987. 2987 Scared Away. 2987 Scared Away. Golden Silk Moth was naturally appalled at the idea of referring to Ling Han as master. He silently swore to himself that if Ling Han ever fell into his hands, he would definitely torture Ling Han until the latter regretted the decisions that he made today. If he didn't kill Ling Han, then he wouldn't deserve to be an insect. Ling Han looked at him with a smile of ridicule. Are you daydreaming about all the things that you'd do to me if you managed to escape and even become more powerful than me in the future? That's right, Golden Silk Moth replied without any sense of apprehension. Even though he was being suppressed, he possessed an invincible physique, which meant that he didn't need to worry about being wounded or killed. That being the case, what was there to be afraid of? Ling Han gave a sinister chuckle. You think I can't deal with you? Where is the nearest toilet? Let me suppress this little insect there for 10,000 years first, he murmured to himself. Holy fuck. It was as if Golden Silk Moth had become stupid at this moment. What? You actually want to suppress me in a toilet for 10,000 years? Even though he wouldn't suffer a single wound from this, just thinking about it gave him the chills. To say nothing of a 7th tier elite, even ordinary mortals wouldn't be able to withstand such humiliation. You dare? You dare? You dare? He roared again and again. Golden Silk Moth finally lost his cool. Why wouldn't I dare? But there's no toilet here, so you can count yourself lucky. When we get back to the profound negative realm, though, I'll be sure to let you enjoy yourself, Ling Han snickered. Golden Silk Moth unleashed a barrage of profanity and curses at Ling Han. Apart from this, there was nothing else he could do. However, how many heavenly venerates were skilled at cursing people? Generally speaking, they would directly attack anyone who dared to offend or provoke them. Thus, Golden Silk Moth repeated the same old curses again and again. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. This was far too tame and unimaginative. And you call yourself a 7th tier elite? You don't even know how to curse people. How weak. Golden Silk Moth was instantly stifled upon hearing this. He didn't curse anymore, and he simply treated Ling Han as if he were empty air. Ling Han held Golden Silk Moth in his hand as he continued to search for veins of ore. From time to time, he would use a bit of power to restrict Golden Silk Moth. This was a 7th tier elite, after all, someone who was indestructible and undying. As such, it was necessary for Ling Han to continually suppress Golden Silk Moth with power that far exceeded what the insect could wield now. Otherwise, Golden Silk Moth would be able to escape with ease and perhaps even launch a counterattack and severely wound him. If that were the case, then Ling Han would essentially be carrying a ticking time bomb with him. What would be the point of that? To Ling Han, this was indeed a very good opportunity to train himself. He would have to remain vigilant and battle-ready the entire time, and he was sure that this would put enough pressure on him to accelerate his cultivation speed even more. After looking around for a while, Ling Han quickly reaped some rewards again. He ate the great herbs as if he were eating vegetables. Heavenly venerable stones were able to cut off one's divine sense, and even 7th tier heavenly venerates were no exception to this rule. So how was Ling Han managing to do this? He continued to battle with Ling Han. He was trying to break free, while Ling Han was trying to keep him suppressed. Even though Golden Silk Moth was imprisoned, it was actually he who was enjoying the advantage at this moment. This was because Ling Han had to continuously expend energy to keep him imprisoned. Meanwhile, he could break free if Ling Han lost concentration for just a single second. In this way, 300 years quickly passed. It's about time. Ling Han planned to enter the next dimension. He faltered for a brief moment. Another aura was rushing over, and this was an extremely powerful and domineering aura. It was another newly advanced 7th tier elite. In the blink of an eye, this person appeared before Ling Han. Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows. He actually advanced to the 7th tier as well? A while ago, both 10,000 Shadows and Ling Han had set their sights on the same core fragment. In the end, Ling Han had obtained it, and 10,000 Shadows hadn't dared to battle him for it. Instead, he had directly fled. Ling Han had thought that after 10,000 Shadows lost this great opportunity, he wouldn't be able to obtain another core fragment. Who would have thought? He actually advanced to the 7th tier. Did he rely on his own strength? Or did he use some other means to obtain this core fragment? Golden Silk Moth. 10,000 Shadows exclaimed. He had initially been peering down at Ling Han in a haughty manner, but when he saw the golden silkworm in Ling Han's hand, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets in shock and disbelief. Was he seeing things? As a mighty 7th tier ultimate elite, Golden Silk Moth was actually being held in Ling Han's hand like a pet. No matter who saw this, they would definitely feel like they were seeing things, right? Meanwhile, Golden Silk Moth was so embarrassed and humiliated that he wanted to die. It was all over. His glorious reputation was ruined forever. He had initially hoped to break free before they came across anyone else. That way, no one would know about this dark period of time as long as he didn't mention it. Now, however, his hopes vanished in a puff of smoke. One could imagine Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows' astonishment at this moment. When he first saw Ling Han just then, he had naturally peered down at him with a sense of superiority. 7th tier elites were the most powerful and invincible beings in the world, after all. Thus, he naturally didn't need to be afraid of Ling Han anymore. He would no longer need to flee with his tail between his legs. Now, however, he knew that he was wrong, very wrong. So what if 7th tier elites couldn't be killed? They could still be suppressed just like anyone else. You've come at just the right time. Come on. Go and keep your good friend company. Ling Han chuckled. He reached over with his right hand, grabbing at Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows once again demonstrated the meaning of the word resolute. He turned around and unleashed 6 fundamental powers, transforming into a gust of wind as he whooshed into the distance, disappearing without a trace. In terms of traveling through the void, no one could rival Ling Han apart from Hysteria. In terms of traveling around a dimension, however, Ling Han was naturally no match for 7th tier elites. Ling Han didn't give chase. In any case, it would be impossible for him to both suppress Golden Silk Moth and chase 10,000 Shadows at the same time. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the ability to. If he tried, the result would inevitably be Golden Silk Moth breaking free, and Ling Han having to flee from the joint attacks of Golden Silk Moth and 10,000 Shadows instead. 10,000 Shadows was scared away. However, this was only natural. He was still deeply traumatized by Ling Han, so how could he not lose his fighting spirit after seeing Golden Silk Moth, a fellow 7th tier elite, being suppressed by Ling Han? As such, he had resolutely chosen to flee. He didn't want to become the second 7th tier elite to be captured by Ling Han. Golden Silk Moth was also astounded. 10,000 Shadows fled just like that. Was he really a 7th tier ultimate elite? However, he knew that he was the one to blame. Who told him to get captured? Who told him to create history for the 7th tier elites? 10,000 Shadows was as strong as Golden Silk Moth. Since Golden Silk Moth had already been captured by Ling Han, this meant that 10,000 Shadows was also definitely no match for Ling Han. That stupid fool. Why didn't he think about it another way? Since there are 2 of us, and since both of us are undying, will we still be unable to defeat Ling Han? Heh, very disappointed, aren't you? Ling Han asked with a smile. Golden Silk Moth didn't reply. This brat wouldn't be able to act so smugly for much longer. Once Chong Yen and the others learned about this, they would definitely come to look for Ling Han. A subordinate of Hysteria imprisoning a 7th tier elite? They definitely wouldn't tolerate this. It wouldn't be long before the 7th tier elite started rushing over to save him. Even though this would stain his reputation forever, it was still better than being imprisoned by Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, and he naturally knew what Golden Silk Moth was thinking at this moment. However, he couldn't be bothered taunting him anymore. As he grew stronger, Golden Silk Moth would only feel increasing despair and helplessness. Ling Han entered the next dimension, but this was a dimension that he had already visited before. He had come here through the spatial passageway. He continued onward. Ling Han continued to visit veins of ore. At the same time, he also concealed his tracks as carefully as he could. He had already imprisoned a 7th tier elite, so he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he were to battle another 7th tier elite, regardless of their battle prowess. Chapter 2988. 2988 Shock. 2988 Shock. Over 1,000,000 years later, Ling Han had finally arrived at the dimension on the 33rd level. This was the last level a Heavenly Venerate would be able to reach. Beyond this point, the fundamental particles were extremely dense, reaching the point of forming a wall that not even a 7th tier would be able to pass. Throughout all these years, Golden Silk Moth and Ling Han were locked in battle. Naturally, the former would not submit to Ling Han and become his servant or follower. Even when he was a 6th tier, he wouldn't be subordinate to a 7th tier, much less now that he was a 7th tier himself. This was the pride of a Heavenly Venerate. However, Ling Han had also gathered many great herbs and increased his strength over the last few years. This made it progressively easier for him to suppress Golden Silk Moth. Originally, he would need to focus his attention on subduing Golden Silk Moth every few breaths or so, but now he could extend that time up to 30 minutes. As the time grew longer, Golden Silk Moth gradually lost hope as he watched while Ling Han grew stronger by the day. Would he have to live the remainder of his eternal life in such a fashion? Ling Han walked around this place, but it was clearly dug clean. There were no more veins of ore for him to mine. He gave up trying to search for more veins. Instead, he wanted to venture deeper in and see how tough that supposed wall formed by fundamental particles was to cross. Not to mention, with the fundamental particles solidified, would he be able to directly communicate with them and break through to the 6th or 7th tier? Whoosh! A figure quickly swooped in, revealing itself to be a beautiful woman. Lin Yulian. Miss Lin. Ling Han cupped his fists and greeted her. He had always had great respect and gratitude for the Lin clan. Even though Lin Yulian already possessed a 7th tier's battle prowess, she didn't have an air of arrogance at all. She curtsied towards Ling Han and greeted, "Brother Ling." However, when her gaze fell upon the golden silkworm on Ling Han's hand, she couldn't help gasping in shock. So the rumors were true. Heavenly Venerate Golden Silk Moth really has been suppressed by you. Heavenly Venerate Golden Silk Moth heard her words clearly, and felt deeply embarrassed. This was like joking about a balding head right to a monk's face. Ling Han smiled. "I plan to keep him as a pet." Lin Yulan was speechless. Ling Han was probably the only person who would do such a thing. Lin Luo could do it too, but given a 7th tier's indestructible body, Golden Silk Moth would eventually reach the peak of the 7th tier and match him in strength. How would Lin Luo suppress him then? Lin Luo wasn't afraid of that, but there were other people in the Lin clan to think of as well. Not all of them were at the 7th tier, and not all of them were as bold. Ling Han dared to do such a thing simply because the guy was quite a lunatic. Lin Yulian didn't speak much of it, since a deep resentment has already been born between them. Even if Ling Han was willing to let go of Golden Silk Moth now, would the latter just walk away and forget it ever happened? The atmosphere was a little awkward at this point, with neither Ling Han or Lin Yulian saying anything as both of them couldn't come up with a topic to discuss. Whoosh! Another figure flew in. This time, it was Wu Haoyang. Ling Han nodded to him in greeting. Wu Haoyang returned the gesture, but when he noticed Heavenly Venerate Golden Silk Moth, his expression also quickly turned to shock, and he couldn't look away. Golden Silk Moth was exasperated. Was he, a 7th tier, some kind of display? With all these people casting curious gazes at him, how would he be able to face the public in the future? Hee, Brother Ling is a bold one indeed. Wu Haoyang shook his head in admiration. It's nothing much, Ling Han humbly replied. However, Lin Yulian and Wu Haoyang almost wanted to curse out loud. If this wasn't anything much to him, then what was? Whoosh! Another person flew over. It was Xin Chihu. He nodded towards Lin Yulian and Wu Haoyang. Then, as his gaze swept across Ling Han, he stopped upon seeing the Heavenly Venerate Golden Silk Moth. Golden Silk Moth felt an urge to just kill himself, secretly praying that Xin Chihu wouldn't comment on his plight. So the rumors were true. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out as Golden Silk Moth expected. Xin Chihu addressed the matter, inadvertently adding insult to Golden Silk Moth's many emotional injuries. Not long after, Feng Wuding also showed himself. When he saw Ling Han, his first reaction was to turn around and leave. After all, Ling Han had already told him that he would beat him up every time he saw him. Feng Wuding had not achieved a major breakthrough in strength yet, so he naturally didn't want to antagonize Ling Han too much. Otherwise, he would just be putting himself through misery. However, when he noticed Golden Silk Moth, he blurted out, "Heavenly Venerate Golden Silk Moth, you really have fallen into Ling Han's hands." Golden Silk Moth. Feng Wuding quickly stopped himself, and then barked at Ling Han. "I demand you release Heavenly Venerate Golden Silk Moth immediately." "Why should I do what you say? Who do you think you are?" Ling Han shook his head, and said, "It looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. How dare you shout in front of me?" Feng Wuding was not acting rashly. He guessed that Ling Han would need to use a lot of his strength to suppress Golden Silk Moth. Hence, if Feng Wuding were to attack Ling Han now, the latter would no longer be able to suppress Golden Silk Moth. Should Golden Silk Moth be released, the two 7th tiers would be able to join forces and defeat Ling Han. Feng Wuding had always been the one to run when faced against Ling Han. Now, it was time to turn the tables on Ling Han. Ling Han, you've gone too far. Feng Wuding shouted as he immediately lunged forward. Ling Han scoffed and punched out. Pang! To save Golden Silk Moth, Feng Wuding decided to receive this attack head-on. However, under the tremendous pressure of Ling Han's power, he was launched backwards, rolling on the ground like a gourd. He was no match for Ling Han at all. He spat out blood. It was clear that the single strike had caused him tremendous injuries. There was no helping it. He was not formally a 7th tier yet, and his body was not at the point of being indestructible. Ling Han laughed. I only need one hand to take care of you. To a heavenly venerate, it didn't really matter in terms of battle prowess whether they were fighting with one hand or two. However, Ling Han was implying that he would be able to suppress Golden Silk Moth with one hand while simultaneously defeating Feng Wuding with the other, and that he would be able to do so with ease. How insulting was that? Feng Wuding was furious, but he had no words to refute that. If he were a true 7th tier, he would be able to give Ling Han quite a bit of trouble. With an indestructible body, he could at least persist like an annoying bug. However, he was already suffering to the point of vomiting blood from a single strike as he was now. How would he be able to deal with Ling Han like this? Before Ling Han would even relax his grip on suppressing Heavenly Venerate Golden Silk Moth, Feng Wuding would already be pummeled to death. What should I do? He had already declared his stance. How would he be able to take it back now? Haha, arrogant bastard. How dare you hold a 7th tier hostage? A mocking voice resounded as Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows showed himself, emanating his powerful 7th tier aura. Feng Wuding was overjoyed. He knew that Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows didn't like Ling Han. His words now were also clearly meant to say that he was standing in opposition to Ling Han. With 10,000 Shadows support, Feng Wuding was confident they would be able to defeat Ling Han. After all, Ling Han still had another 7th tier in his hands. Fighting 3 7th tiers alone. Not even an experienced 7th tier like Lin Luo would be so bold as to say that he could do such a thing, let alone Ling Han with his newfound 7th tier strength that was only slightly more powerful than Feng Wuding's. Brother 10,000 Shadows, let us join forces and take down this treacherous bastard. Feng Wuding said to Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows. Very well. 10,000 Shadows nodded. Chapter 2989. 2989 Sudden Appearance of Extermination. 2989 Sudden Appearance of Extermination. The two great 7th tiers were about to join forces, and taking into account Golden Silk Moth that was suppressed by Ling Han, there were a total of 3 7th tiers on their side. What was even more frightening was that there were 2 of them that were true 7th tier elites that were undying and indestructible. They couldn't be killed, couldn't be wounded, and could only be suppressed. How could this be resolved? How was Ling Han supposed to deal with this? Xian Qihu, Lin Youlian, and Wu Haoyang were also looking at Ling Han, wanting to see Ling Han's choice. The wisest course of action was naturally to turn around and leave. Ling Han's battle prowess was definitely stronger compared to any one of the 3 of his opponents, but Ling Han's physique was a shortcoming. With 1 against 3, a drawn-out battle would definitely result in his loss. Really, there was no need to resort to such brute force. However, without waiting for Ling Han to express his stand, or for Feng Wuding and 10,000 Shadows to move, a terrifying aura spread out, and another 7th tier elite appeared. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the aura. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful black figure had appeared. Instantly, everyone's expression froze, revealing an incredibly solemn mien. Extermination. It was actually Extermination. Unlike in the past, the current Extermination was cold and noble, her eyes extremely deep, exuding an incomparable intelligence. She was completely different from the previously memoryless, blank-faced, self-proclaimed Niu, Ju Hua. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. Who was Extermination? The culprit behind the destruction of the Genesis world of the last era. Now that such a vicious person had appeared, who would not feel uneasy? Everyone involuntarily stood in a row. The internal conflicts between them could be discussed later. Now, they had to fight together against this absolutely great enemy. Ling Han, let go of Brother Golden Silk Moth. 10,000 shadows shouted. Ling Han smiled calmly. If we fight, I will naturally let him go. He wasn't an ignorant person. If this extermination had gone down the old path, he would have had to do his best to eliminate her. However, if this extermination had changed her mind now, and no longer planned to devour the Genesis world, then what need was there for him to expend so much effort? In any case, seventh tiers were undying and indestructible. Even if he was thrown out in a chaotic battle, there was no need to worry about Golden Silk Moth sustaining any injury. Ling Han, you don't care about the big picture. You're completely a vile character. Feng Wuding also shouted loudly. Ling Han ignored him and simply stared at Extermination. This was the real opponent. Her beautiful eyes swept over them, and wherever her eyes passed, everyone would feel a chill, and they almost felt as if their skin was about to split apart. Ling Han, Xian Chihu, and the others were still fine, but 10,000 shadows had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He was a 7th tier, and his physique should be invincible. Why did he feel a tearing pain? Was this because Extermination was too strong, so strong that even the physique of a 7th tier elite could be shaken? No. This should be because his cultivation level was still too weak, and he had not reached the peak stage of the 7th tier, cultivating his physique to perfection. Otherwise, Lin Luo and the others would have long since died after battling with hysteria for so long. With this thought, 10,000 shadows finally felt slightly at ease. Otherwise, he would definitely have broken into a run and fled by now. Previously, when he had faced Ling Han, he had already run once, so what would it matter if he ran again? What do you want? Xian Chihu asked. He was very bold. In front of Extermination, he actually dared to open his mouth and question her. His tone was also calm and composed, showing fully the demeanor of a supreme prodigy. On the other hand, there was an indescribable fear in Feng Wuding's eyes. For the people of the Genesis world, hysteria was the most terrifying, but for the people from the Genesis world of the last era, it was Extermination that was the most terrifying. Feng Wuding, for example, had listened to how Extermination had grown up to be so strong, so cruel, so terrifying. The image of her being like a heavenly demon had long since been ingrained into his bones, and now that he had seen her with his own eyes, it naturally made him involuntarily feel fear. This was the difference among prodigies. One's natural talent might be high, but it did not mean that one's willpower was as strong as iron. Extermination withdrew her gaze, and completely ignored Xian Chihu. Instead, she delivered a palm strike at the ground. Boom, the ground instantly caved in, revealing a massive deep pit. It was dark like the mouth of a great beast, and was just about to swallow all life. She threw herself in. Her figure was exquisitely beautiful, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, those who knew her identity probably wouldn't dare to even think about it, right? Everyone looked at each other, none of them knowing what Extermination was playing at. Why had such a powerful 7th tier come here? Below the 33rd level, the fundamental particles formed a wall. Wasn't it that even 7th tiers couldn't pass through? Could it be that Extermination wanted to pass through? And what was her motive? Xiao. Another 2 powerful auras surged past, and Zhou Hang and Chu Hao had arrived together. Was it Extermination? They grasped the aura of this place, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Xian Chihu and the others all nodded. Even though they had 9 people with 7th tier battle prowess here, they were all newly advanced. If they really faced Extermination, aside from those 7th tier elites who could not die, the others would all be blasted into smithereens. And even if it was 7th tier elites, they would definitely be suppressed. Who knew? They might never see the light of day again. Extermination was actually this strong. Hence, the fact that Extermination didn't make a move just now was really baffling, and made people feel a lingering fear. Strange, why has Extermination come here? Zhou Heng murmured. Could it be that she has changed her purpose, and no longer wants to devour the Genesis world? Chu Hao also said. Everyone looked at each other, none of them knowing what the meaning was behind Extermination's actions. Let's go back. Even peak stage 7th tiers won't be able to pass through the blockade below. It's meaningless to stay here, Chu Hao said. Yes. Xian Chihu, Lin Yolian, and Wu Haoyang were all very respectful. Firstly, they were 6th tiers, and secondly, Chu Hao and Zhou Hang were both extremely powerful characters. In a battle of equal cultivation levels, Their strength was not much worse off, and deserved their respect. However, Feng Wuding didn't think much of Chu Hao and Zhou Heng. Coming from the Genesis world of the last era, he had a natural feeling of superiority, and it was unknown where his confidence came from. Brother Chu, Brother Zhou, Golden Silk Moth is still in the hands of this brat. Please interfere and convince him to let him go. 10,000 Shadows suddenly spoke up. That's right. Now, with Hysteria in front of us and Extermination behind us, we need to work together. How can we allow our personal grudges to blind us? Feng Wuding also spoke up. Ling Han raised his eyes to look at Feng Wuding, and killing intent rose up in his heart. Feng Wuding provoked him time and time again, and in the end, he managed to survive. This wasn't because Ling Han was so easy to deal with, but rather because Lin Luo, Zhou Heng, and the others all thought that Feng Wuding had a bright future ahead of him, and would become one of the main forces fighting against Hysteria. They hoped that Ling Han could join forces with Feng Wuding, and had a strong hope for that. Due to his respect for Zhou Heng, Lin Luo, and the others, Ling Han had repeatedly held back. However, seeing Feng Wuding jump around like this, Ling Han finally lost his patience. Fuck. I don't care anymore. There's only one word for this die. Ling Han's index finger twitched slightly, but he did not make a move. With Zhou Heng and Chu Hao present, he would definitely not be able to kill Feng Wuding. No matter what, he would definitely give them some face. In that case, he would just wait until later. In any case, there was still a lot of time. Chapter 2990. 2990 Wall. 2990 Wall. Zhou Heng glanced at Ling Han, and a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Since we're not battling against Hysteria at the moment, playing some pranks shouldn't be an issue. In other words, the animosity between Ling Han and Golden Silk Moth was only a joke. If it was only a joke, then would there be any need for others to interfere? Feng Wuding wanted to dispute this, but he quickly realized that he couldn't find a good counterargument. 7th-tier elites were indestructible and undying, so was there any fear of Golden Silk Moth being pranked to death by Ling Han? Feng Wuding glowered at Ling Han before sweeping his gaze across Zhou Heng and Chu Hao. He committed these three people to memory. When he advanced to the 7th tier, he would definitely make these people regret their decisions. He was the son of destiny. Disobeying him was equivalent to becoming enemies of the Genesis world. Just you wait and see. He humphed in his mind. He turned around and quickly left. This was already the furthest that he could reach, so there wouldn't be any point in staying here for longer. 10,000 Shadows hurriedly ran after Feng Wuding. Otherwise, if Ling Han, Chu Hao, and Zhou Heng decided to play a prank on him as well, then wouldn't he be screwed? Anyhow, it wasn't like Golden Silk Moth would be killed, so he would just have to tolerate this for a while longer. Once Chong Yen and the others heard about this, they would definitely come over to settle things with Ling Han. There was no need for 10,000 Shadows to prematurely lead the charge. Lin Youlian, Xian Chihu, and Wu Haoyang also took their leave. Only Chu Hao and Zhou Heng remained. We've reaped quite some benefits, so we need to enter seclusion for a while to stabilize our cultivation, Zhou Heng said. When the time comes, I'm afraid that Hysteria will attack us and start the battle again. See you later, Chu Hao said with a nod. Ling Han, don't take the pranks too far, Zhou Heng warned before leaving with Chu Hao. Ling Han glanced at the golden silkworm in his hand, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Since he couldn't kill this bug, he would naturally toy with it to his heart's content. Otherwise, what fun would it be? Ling Han, hurry up and release me. Golden Silk Moth bellowed. He was filled with despair. So many elites with a battle prowess at the 7th tier had come just then, yet they had still failed to set him free. So noisy. Ling Han unleashed a tad more power, causing the restriction around Golden Silk Moth to become more stable. Even his voice couldn't travel out now. Ling Han looked at the deep pit in front of him, but he didn't enter it. Instead, he went to another location, and also burrowed down. He wanted to personally witness the magnificent sight of fundamental particles crystallizing into a wall. In terms of deciding not to follow extermination, was there any need to explain this? Or perhaps he wanted to seek death. Ling Han burrowed into the earth, and after a short while, a wall appeared in front of him. It was very hard to describe this wall. At one moment, it appeared red, yet at another moment, it suddenly appeared green. In the next moment, it would then appear multicolored. The wall continued to transform. Not only this, but its shape also continued to change. This wall didn't have a set appearance. This was a barrier formed by the fundamental particles, and it sealed the path to the dimensions below. Ling Han reached over to touch the wall. Golden Silk Moth couldn't help but snicker coldly when he saw this. He had already come here before, and he had also reached over to touch the wall of fundamental particles. However, he had immediately been sent flying. This was an overwhelming power, and it was as if all of the power from the Genesis world of the last era was concentrated in this one place. In fact, this power was so immense that perhaps only Hysteria would be able to resist it. Otherwise, even those at the peak stage of the 7th tier wouldn't be helpless before this wall. If this weren't the case, why would Lin Luo and the others have stopped here? When Ling Han's hand touched the wall, the fundamental particles would reply with a terrifying repulsive force. Since his physique wasn't indestructible and undying, Ling Han would definitely suffer a tremendous blow. It wouldn't be surprising if he suffered some minor wounds, either. As for Golden Silk Moth, he wouldn't be affected at all. Thus, not only would he be able to break free at that time, but there might even be an opportunity for him to counterattack and kill Ling Han. Brat, hurry up and touch it. Go on, touch it. Golden Silk Moth yelled in his mind. To have a 7th tier ultimate elite begging for someone to touch a wall in their mind. This was most likely a historical first. Ling Han's hand continued to creep forward. However, it suddenly paused just as it was about to make contact with the wall of fundamental particles. He was considering the potential dangers. When fundamental particles burned, they would form boundless karmic flames that approached the 7th tier in might. Thus, even Ling Han would have to unleash his full strength to resist it. Now that these fundamental particles had directly formed a wall, would their destructive power be even more petrifying? If he touched it, would he suffer any injuries? One had to keep in mind that Ling Han was still suppressing a 7th tier ultimate elite. Once he became wounded, he would no longer have the ability to suppress Golden Silk Moth. At that time, Golden Silk Moth would break free and turn the tables on him. He had to prepare for this possibility. Release Golden Silk Moth. Ling Han shook his head. He hadn't been joking when he said that he wanted to take Golden Silk Moth as a pet. He had been completely serious. He pondered for a moment before adding several layers of restrictions around Golden Silk Moth that would be effective for around 2 hours. After that, the restrictions would slowly weaken, at which time Golden Silk Moth would be able to break free. Ling Han casually tossed Golden Silk Moth aside. He then reached over to touch the wall again. Golden Silk Moth experienced a roller coaster of emotions, going between disappointment and anticipation. When he saw Ling Han finally reach over to touch the wall, his heart beat so fast that it was about to leap into his throat. Brat, you're done for. He wanted to directly shout this. Even though the restrictions around him would imprison him for 2 hours or so, Ling Han would need at least a few months to recover from the wounds that he was about to suffer. Golden Silk Moth had a ton of time. He was filled with sheer delight, and he felt as if his blood was pumping around his body in excitement. In fact, the only other time he had felt such excitement was probably when he advanced to the 7th tier. However, he almost bit his tongue off in shock in the next moment. What did he see? Not only was Ling Han not sent flying by the wall of fundamental particles, but his hand even sank inside the wall as if it weren't an impassable wall that could stop even 7th tier ultimate elites. It was as if the wall were made from water. Fuck! How is this possible? Golden Silk Moth's eyes widened in shock, and his mind went completely blank. To say nothing of him, even Ling Han was filled with surprise. He hadn't been overly ambitious, and he hadn't dreamed about passing through this wall of fundamental particles. After all, even Lin Luo and the others weren't able to do this. Moreover, his strength was nowhere near powerful enough, so it would naturally be impossible for him to do this anyway. Perhaps Ling Han would become powerful enough to blast this wall of fundamental particles apart when he advanced to the 6th or 7th tier. His aim was simply to touch the wall of fundamental particles to see whether he could master the remaining 2 particles. At that time, he would be able to ascend to the 7th tier in a single breath. Even though his power wouldn't increase by much, his physique would reach a state of invincibility, thus removing his current disadvantage. Unexpectedly, however, the wall of fundamental particles didn't unleash a formidable repulsive force against him. Instead, it became soft and gentle like water, allowing his hand to easily pass through. Was this a case of kindness before violence? Was the wall of fundamental particles waiting for him to completely enter it before unleashing the killing blow? Ling Han suddenly felt a little regret at this moment. He should have asked Zhou Hang about this wall of fundamental particles. Chapter 2991 2991 Miracle 2991 Miracle. Ling Han had always been a daring person. Moreover, his curiosity was even stronger. Thus, he pushed his arm forward and ventured deeper into the wall of fundamental particles when he realized that it was temporarily harmless to him. He wanted to resonate with the final two types of fundamental particles. However, he was immediately hit with disappointment. The fundamental particles had already transformed into pure energy, just like the powers of dimension. It was incredibly powerful, yet it was impossible to derive its source. In other words, it was nothing but a dream if he wanted to use this type of shortcut to advance to the 7th tier. Ling Han sighed upon realizing this. However, his curiosity grew even stronger. Could he really pass through this wall of fundamental particles? If he could, then what lay behind it? Would it be more broken dimensions? Carrying with him this curiosity, he advanced, and his arm completely sank into the wall of fundamental particles. After some slight hesitation, he took a step forward, causing half his body to instantly enter the wall of fundamental particles. In the next instant, his entire body entered the wall of fundamental particles. Outside, Golden Silk Moth's mouth was agape with shock. So what if one was as powerful as a 7th tier? He was completely stupefied. How is this possible? Ling Han entered the wall of fundamental particles, and it was as if he had entered a bog. It was as if he had lost all of his power as he struggled to move forward. At the same time, he immediately realized that the dimensions inside him had all opened up, and were greedily absorbing the energy of these fundamental particles. In just an instant, he felt his power rise by a noticeable amount. What's going on? Ling Han was also stupefied. This wall of fundamental particles was a barrier for 7th tier ultimate elites, yet it was actually a feeding ground for him. However, he was quite a relaxed person, so he immediately stopped thinking about this. Why was his cultivation speed so low? It was inevitable. There were far too many dimensions inside him, so if he wanted to grow each of them into a high-level dimension, this would naturally take an astonishing amount of time. Here, however, boundless energy was coursing into him and being absorbed by the dimensions inside him. The energy from the fundamental particles transformed into the purest nutrients that continued to nurture his power of dimension. Ling Han seemingly entered a trance as he greedily absorbed the boundless energy. A year later, he suddenly came to his senses. There was still Golden Silk Moth. He wanted to stop and head out to take a look, but he immediately shook his head. So long had already passed, so Golden Silk Moth had most definitely broken free and escaped already. That being the case, what was the point of going out to check? Moreover, once he exited this state, would he be able to enter it again? Ling Han didn't dare to take this risk. So be it. As long as he continued to grow stronger, would it be hard to capture Golden Silk Moth again? Ling Han sat down and extracted the boundless energy around him to nurture his dimensions. In just 1,000,000 years, one of the dimensions transformed into a high-level dimension. In fact, even high-level dimensions could be further categorized into different levels. For example, there were some that could only host 5th-tier elites, while there were some that could host 6th-tier elites. Even though they were all high-level dimensions, there was still a noticeable difference in level between them. Limited by his current cultivation level, Ling Han could only elevate his dimensions to low-tier high-level dimensions. However, having a dimension reach the 5th tier was a completely different concept from having a dimension reach 5th tier battle prowess. Just how many heavenly venerates could a dimension hold? Take, for example, a low-level dimension like the Celestial Realm. During its peak, it had held at least 4 heavenly venerates. In other words, The celestial realm could rival at least 4 first-tier heavenly venerates. Meanwhile, the foreign realm could hold even more heavenly venerate. It could hold at least a dozen or so. In this sense, dimensions were far more powerful than heavenly venerates of the same level. Each time Ling Han transformed a dimension into a low-tier high-level dimension, he would be raising the battle prowess of at least 10 fifth-tier elites. Of course, just one dimension alone wouldn't make a big difference. However, just how many dimensions existed inside Ling Han's body? There were around 10,000 right now, but there were even more in an embryonic state and still yet to be developed. Another 1 million years passed, and Ling Han cultivated a second dimension to the peak level. Time flew by, and when 100 million years passed, all of the dimensions inside Ling Han had already transformed into low-tier high-level dimensions. However, Ling Han didn't stop. Instead, he started to develop the dimensions that were still in an embryonic state. This was an opportunity that might never come again, so if he wasted it, he would definitely need epochs to raise all of these dimensions to the low-tier high-level hundreds upon thousands of epochs. A new dimension slowly grew into existence, nurtured inside one of Ling Han's cells. As boundless energy flowed into it, this dimension grew from an initial speck into a low-tier high-level dimension after 1 million years. This kind of evolutionary speed was simply miraculous. In the Genesis world, 1 million years wouldn't be anywhere near enough time to raise a low-level dimension into a high-level dimension, regardless of how quickly one could engulf energy. Ling Han was performing a miracle even though he had no idea how he was performing this miracle. Is this because of hysteria? Ling Han had no clue. Was the devouring ability that he had obtained from hysteria suddenly making itself useful here? Then had extermination also come here because of this? If this had been the case, then why wouldn't hysteria have sent his subordinates here? Wouldn't it have been able to raise a large number of elites? Oh, hang on. Hysteria was only able to create 6th-tier elites, and 6th-tier elites wouldn't be able to reach the 33rd level. Thus, what would it matter even if they could absorb this energy? Forget about it. There's no point thinking about these things. Raising my strength is the most important task. One after another, numerous dimensions blossomed and formed inside Ling Han. His cultivation barely advanced, yet his strength continued to grow in leaps and bounds. After another 510 billion years, Ling Han finally stopped engulfing the boundless energy. All of the hundreds of thousands of dimensions inside him had already transformed into low-tier high-level dimensions. If he unleashed his full strength, it would be equivalent to millions of 5th-tier elites funneling their power into him. Just how powerful would that be? If I battle against Golden Silk Moth now, I'll be able to suppress him with a single strike. If I use a wisp of power to restrict him, I guarantee that he won't be able to escape within a month. Ling Han murmured to himself in a proud voice. His battle prowess was most likely at the peak stage of the 7th tier. But it's a shame that the Genesis world only has this many dimensions. In terms of numbers, I've already reached the limit. Afterward, I'll need to focus on raising these dimensions to the high-tier high level. Ling Han thought back to the question that he had asked Zhou Heng. Heavenly venerates who advanced by nurturing dimensions inside them would be almost invincible at their cultivation level when they were at the 6th tier. This was because the dimensions inside them could also reach the high-tier high level. Thus, they would essentially be receiving help from 10 6th-tier heavenly venerates. As such, defeating ordinary 6th-tier elites would naturally be an easy task. Zhou Heng, Chu Hao, Lin Youlian, and the others had all taken this path. Moreover, there was still the 7th tier above them, and they could even have 2 dimensions inside them, both of which could be cultivated to the high-tier high level. At that time, they would receive help from 10 additional 6th-tier elites, naturally becoming even more powerful. However, nurturing high-level dimensions would be their limit. They wouldn't be able to nurture transcendent dimensions. Thus, their advantage would diminish when they advanced to the 7th tier, even though they would still enjoy a slight upper hand. In any case, 7th tier elites were indestructible and undying, so this small gap in power wouldn't have any significant impact. Chapter 2992. 2992 Mysterious Voice. 2992 Mysterious Voice. There were hundreds of thousands of dimensions inside Ling Han's body, and they had all become high-tier high-level dimensions. If he unleashed his full strength, it would be as if hundreds of thousands of 6th-tier elites were helping him at the same time. His power would be unfathomable. Casting one's gaze over the 7th tier elites, who could possibly rival Ling Han in terms of power? In fact, every single one of them could only eat his dust. However, Ling Han's actions also meant that he would exhaust all of his potential while he was still at the 6th tier. After advancing to the 7th tier, his power would only increase when he mastered a new type of fundamental particle. In addition, his physique would also become indestructible. It wouldn't be like now, where his power would increase by astounding amounts each time he advanced to the next tier. Of course, this was unless he raised the dimensions inside him to a higher level. The Transcendent Level. Not every dimension needed to reach the Transcendent level, and only 3 or 4 of them reaching this level would be fine, just like the Genesis world. At that time, he would be able to channel the power of dozens or even hundreds of 7th tier elites. Fighting against others would be like picking on children. History told Ling Han that it would be impossible to cultivate transcendent dimensions inside his body. However, he had already created a miracle by cultivating hundreds of thousands of dimensions inside his body. So why couldn't he create another miracle? It's a shame that I've already reached the maximum number of dimensions inside my body. And because of the limit of my cultivation, I won't be able to cultivate these dimensions to a higher level. I can only leave it here. Ling Han murmured to himself. Hopefully I can still absorb this energy after I advance to the 6th tier. Ling Han sighed in reluctance. He completed his cultivation, and continued to move forward. Since he had already come here, he naturally wanted to see what was hidden behind the 33rd level. As he walked, he continued to calculate in his mind. Just then, he had considered strengthening his defenses. The first option would be the simplest option. He simply needed to raise his cultivation level and be tempered by one other type of fundamental particle. At that time, his physique would naturally undergo a qualitative change. The second option would be to use his power of dimension to form a shield. Of course, the first option was definitely better, since it would solve the problem at the root. His defenses would permanently improve, and there wouldn't be a need to consciously perform an action. However, the problem was that Ling Han was only at the 5th tier right now. It would be a long time before he reached the 7th tier. As such, thinking about these things was a waste of time. In other words, he could only choose the second option. He hadn't been able to do this before, because his dimensions had been too weak. They couldn't have withstood attacks at the 7th tier. Now, however, they could. With the might of hundreds of thousands of 5th tier elites combined together, he could surely rival someone at the peak stage of the 7th tier, right? Ling Han continued to ponder how he could utilize his power of dimension to form a formidable shield as he walked forward. Wang! 4 orbs of earthen yellow light materialized around him, with each of them linked to the others with a thread of golden light. They formed a triangular pyramid that shielded Ling Han inside. With such a powerful defense, even 7th tier elites will need to attack it several hundred times before they can break it, Ling Han said with a confident smile. While they were attacking him again and again, would he not be able to react? As long as he funneled his power into these orbs, their defensive capabilities would immediately reach a peak again. This could be considered as another form of invincibility. Ling Han looked around. Where's this? Contrary to his expectations, there weren't any broken dimensions. Instead, it was as if he were in the depths of the universe, where there only existed vast expanses of pitch black, ice-cold, and empty space. There was a speck of light in the boundless distance, and it glowed with a gentle yet paramount aura. Even though they were boundlessly far apart, Ling Han could still detect this with ease. This gentle speck of light made him feel an innate sense of closeness. Ling Han couldn't help but feel surprised. Why was this speck of light making him feel like this? One had to realize that his battle prowess was already at the 7th tier, meaning that nothing in the world could manipulate his emotions. You have come, an ancient voice said in Ling Han's mind. This was a grand and majestic voice, yet it didn't carry any feeling of life or emotions. What's going on? Who's talking to me? After enduring for so long, you're here at long last, the voice said again. Who are you? Ling Han asked in a solemn voice. I'm a seed buried inside your mark of life, and I was only reactivated after returning to this place, the voice replied. This thing was inside him. Ling Han's hair stood on ends. Fuck. What did they think he was? Why did they all want to bury crap inside him? First it was hysteria, leaving a mark on his body during his previous life, and having it follow him through rebirth. And this time? What the hell was this? My body, mind, and mark of life aren't taverns. You people can't enter and exit as you please. You haven't answered my question yet, Ling Han said. Who are you? What's your identity? Where are you from? The ancient voice sighed softly, saying, I'm not a specific person. I'm simply the undissipated will of a world. Fuck. What a mysterious-sounding answer. Ling Han was just about to speak. Wang. Countless images suddenly flashed through his mind. He saw intense battles, he saw rivers of blood, he saw Chongyan, Shatter Mountains, and the other 7th-tier ultimate elites including Yellow Sand who had already died battling against a woman in black. Juhua, also known as Extermination. Extermination was indescribably beautiful as always, yet she was also as cold and ruthless as could be. She was battling against 6 7th-tier ultimate elites, yet she was still enjoying the upper hand. Elsewhere, there were 2 armies locking horns, and all of the soldiers were at the heavenly venerable tier. Countless elites were wounded and killed. This was a realm war, and this scene was exactly the same as their battle against Hysteria. However, Hysteria was far more hideous, and its opponents were now Lin Luo, Xian Fu, and the other new 7th-tier elites. Ling Han was even more astonished. Just what in the world was going on? He was actually witnessing the realm war from the Genesis world of the last era? What did this have to do with him? Afterward, he saw something that he already knew about. Yellow Sand sacrificed himself to forcefully contain Extermination. Meanwhile, Chong Yen and the others detonated the Genesis world to unleash an attack that far exceeded the 7th tier. In the end, Extermination was shattered into pieces. Because Heavenly Venerate Yellow Sand wasn't the focus of the attack, his body hadn't been destroyed. However, his divine sense was completely obliterated. At the same time, the Genesis world also collapsed, with all of the dimensions shattering at the same time, and instantly killing countless beings. This created an unfathomable power that broke the dimensional barriers and pushed all of the dimension fragments into the void. This power increased layer by layer, and it was a magnificent power that even 7th-tier ultimate elites were far inferior to. The life power of these dimensions was also buried. Because this power was so concentrated, it gradually transformed into great herbs that were incredibly useful to heavenly venerates over time. Fragments of the dimension core also remained, and these transformed into the heavenly venerable seals. As it turned out, this was the origin of the great herbs and heavenly venerable seals in this place. Ling Han also saw Chong Yen and the other 7th-tier elites being struck and severely wounded by this unfathomable power of destruction, which caused them to enter a state of slumber. They only managed to recover after slumbering for a very long time. When they were buried inside the depths of the shattered dimensions, countless specks of light materialized and entered their bodies. These specks of life were most likely the marks of life of the prodigies of the Genesis world of the last era. Indeed, it was because of the marks of life that they were able to take a human form after absorbing enough energy. Hang on. Ling Han suddenly faltered. What did Chong Yen and the others say before? That it was them who had protected these marks of life to win a sliver of hope for the future? However, what Ling Han saw was a completely different story. The 5 of them had already fallen into a deep slumber, so how could they have possibly done this? Chapter 2993. As it turns out. It was clearly another power that had forcefully funneled the marks of life into Chong Yen and the others' bodies. So why did Chong Yen and the other lie? What's the reason behind all this? Hang on. Why could that power remain effective during the destruction of the Genesis world? 7th tier. The 7th-tier elites were already forced into a slumber, so how could they still channel such power? Perhaps it was a power that exceeded the 7th tier? Ling Han shook his head. As powerful as Hysteria was, it was still nothing more than a 7th-tier ultimate elite. It hadn't reached the so-called 8th tier. This was because only 6 fundamental powers existed in the world. Thus, the 7th tier would be the limit. Moreover, even the Genesis world had been destroyed, and this was a destructive power that could kill even 7th-tier elites. So, what being could be transcendent above this? The images suddenly vanished, and this left Ling Han scratching his head. Who had unleashed that power? Or perhaps these images had been tampered with, and they weren't actually the historical truth. Is this possible? Ling Han shook his head. He had always protected himself using the powers of dimension, and even 7th-tier elites wouldn't be able to wound him. Moreover, these images had been placed inside his mind without his knowing. In other words, it was just like the mysterious voice had said. All of these images had been inside his mind and soul the entire time. They had simply been triggered after he arrived at this place. What are you trying to tell me? Ling Han asked. The ancient voice sounded again, stuttering. Ahead? Orb of light. Everything. Ling Han looked at the speck of light in the distance. This was where the ancient voice in his mind wanted him to go. All of the answers lay there. Ling Han strode forward, dashing toward the speck of light at an incredible speed. He channeled the power of dimension. Wang! Boom! With a flap, his speed increased drastically, so much so that he could even rival 7th-tier ultimate elites. However, even though the speck of light was within view, it was actually boundlessly far away. After flying for 7 days and nights, the speck of light still appeared as small as before. It didn't show any signs of becoming larger. Just how far away is it? Ling Han continued to soar forward. Another 10 days passed, and the speck of light finally started to grow. I'm getting closer. Even so, it still took Ling Han another 3 days to truly approach the orb of light. This orb of light only measured 30 meters in diameter, and placed in this humongous void, it was in fact unbelievably small. Theoretically speaking, Ling Han shouldn't have been able to see such a tiny orb of light from billions upon billions of kilometers away, regardless of whether his vision was at the 7th tier. However, the distance between them had been far greater than billions of kilometers, yet Ling Han had still managed to see the orb of light with such ease. Ling Han was astounded. What in the world was this orb of light? The Genesis world had collapsed, and all of the dimensions had been pancaked, transforming into a layered collection of dimensions. Theoretically speaking, this place should have also been layers upon layers of dimensions. Unexpectedly, however, it was a vast expanse of emptiness. Only the orb of light hovered there. Ling Han's mind was filled with suspicion. Regardless of the environment or the voice that had suddenly appeared in his mind, it was as if an incredible secret was about to be revealed. He looked at the orb of light in front of him, which would occasionally flash from time to time. It possessed an indescribable rhythm. What the heck is this? Theoretically speaking, only 7th-tier elites would be able to survive the destruction of a Genesis world. Everything else would be destroyed. Now, however, a peculiar orb of light had appeared here. What in the world was going on? According to the voice in his mind, he was meant to step forward to touch this orb of light. Ling Han couldn't help but hesitate. Were there any dangers to this? One had to realize that he wasn't a genuine 7th-tier elite, he didn't have an indestructible physique. If this orb of light suddenly unleashed an attack at the 7th tier or even higher, it was extremely likely that he would be severely wounded or even killed. Should I touch it or not? After contemplating this for a moment, Ling Han eventually decided to reach out. He was far too curious, and he wanted to know what the hell the mark inside his body was. He also wanted to learn about the power that had interfered during the destruction of the Genesis world of the last era. He reached over and placed his hand on the orb of light. Wang! Like a pebble falling into a pond, ripples traveled across the surface of the orb of light. Ling Han didn't dare to lower his guard. He fully channeled his powers of dimension, forming a formidable shield around himself. Without any warning, a packet of information suddenly burst into his mind. Boom! This was a memory that transformed into countless images. He saw the destruction of the Genesis world of the last era. He saw Chong Yen and the other 7th-tier elites falling into a slumber. He saw a mysterious power extracting tens of thousands of marks of life and funneling them into the bodies of the 5 7th-tier elites, and he saw this group of dimensions starting to transform and become what it was now. Afterward, the mysterious orb of light shot a beam of light into Chong Yen. In fact, the images followed this beam of light, which entered Chong Yan's mind and fused together with a mark of life. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. The chosen mark of life was none other than Feng Wuding. This was the origin of the Son of Destiny. His vision exited Chong Yan's mind, and what he saw was the world descending into a state of infinite stillness and silence. After countless years, the orb of light bobbled again, shooting out a second beam of light that pierced through the void and entered an all-new world. This was the Celestial Realm. Ling Han was stunned. The Genesis world of the last era actually made contact with the Genesis world of the current era. Gasp! Why the Celestial Realm again? His vision followed the beam of light, shooting through the ancient realm, and entering a small world. Ling Han felt a strong sense of familiarity. This was the lower realm. His heart thumped in his chest. This was definitely no coincidence. He had been lured here, and he was now seeing the lower realm in the images. There could only be a single explanation: this was all related to him. Sure enough, the beam of light entered a woman who was just about to give birth. Right after this beam of light entered, another beam of light quickly followed after it. The mark of hysteria. The image suddenly stopped here. Meanwhile, Ling Han's mind was filled with a torrent of thoughts. As it turned out, he was not only chosen by hysteria, but also chosen by the Genesis world of the last era. More precisely, the Genesis world of the last era had noticed that he would be chosen by hysteria, so it had moved even quicker to inject something into his body. It was because of this that he had been able to break free from hysteria's control. Otherwise, regardless of what he had been like before, he would have undergone a significant change after advancing to the heavenly venerable tier. He would have viewed himself as a doppelganger of hysteria, and he would have remained absolutely unwavering and loyal to hysteria. He would have viewed death as an opportunity to return to his main body. In some sense, this would indeed have been the case. After all, the owner of the body would have already died when hysteria's will had awakened. Chosen one, you inherited need to exterminate. The ancient voice was choppy as it sounded in Ling Han's mind again. However, too much information was missing, so it was incredibly difficult to make heads or tails of what it was trying to say. Chapter 2994 World's Will. What are you trying to say? Ling Han asked. Boom! The ancient voice didn't reply, and a mysterious power rushed into Ling Han's body instead. It started to transform him in a mystical manner that was indescribable and unfathomable. This power wasn't very strong, but it was fundamentally transcendent above Ling Han's defenses. Thus, it was able to enter his body with ease. How is this possible? Even though Ling Han hadn't obtained all 6 fundamental powers yet, and even though he hadn't obtained an invincible physique yet, the combined power of hundreds of thousands of realms was definitely more than enough to defend against 7th-tier attacks. So why was he so vulnerable at this moment? No. This couldn't be referred to as vulnerable. Instead, he was completely defenseless. This was similar to how physically powerful people couldn't necessarily defend themselves against spiritual attacks. In any case, Ling Han was completely unable to resist this power. Fuck! What the hell is this? Ling Han immediately tried to withdraw from the orb of light. However, he suddenly discovered that the orb of light had become unbelievably sticky, refusing to let him go. Boundless fundamental power flowed through the surroundings, squeezing the air and preventing him from moving. One had to realize that even 7th-tier elites were unable to overcome the thick wall of fundamental particles. Right now, Ling Han also possessed a power that could rival those at the peak stage of the 7th tier. However, the fundamental particles inside the orb of light were even more concentrated than those in the wall. Thus, it was almost impossible for him to move. Was he going to be trapped here? If he were simply trapped, that naturally wouldn't be a big deal. However, this orb of light had shot a beam of light into him before, and this caused the situation to become riddled with uncertainty. This was because hysteria had also shot a beam of light into his body, yearning to transform him into a loyal doppelganger. Now, this orb of light was shooting another beam of light into him. Could it be harboring any ill intentions? Ling Han certainly didn't want to become someone's doppelganger. He was himself, an independent person. Ling Han roared, causing his power to surge. At the same time, he channeled all of his 7th-grade seals and dimensions, allowing his battle prowess to soar to the peak stage of the 7th tier. However, the concentrated fundamental particles had a vice-like grip on him, not allowing him to break free no matter what. Boom! An incredibly mighty voice sounded in his mind again. I'm the world's will, the voice said. There's no need to be afraid. I have no intentions of hurting you, nor am I able to hurt you. Ling Han chuckled in reply, and it was clear that he didn't believe this. This was a power that could restrict him, so just how insanely powerful was it? Moreover, his physique hadn't reached a state of invincibility yet, so how could he dare to be careless? Just what kind of existence are you? The voice was silent for a moment before replying. I'm not any specific force. Instead, I'm a power of will formed from the intertwining souls of the countless beings who were killed in the place you refer to as the Genesis world of the last era. I'm a power of will that's transcendent above all matter. So you're saying that you can represent the Genesis world of the last era? Ling Han asked in surprise. In some sense, yes, the voice replied. However, the Genesis world of the last era has already collapsed, destroying all life along with it. My power is almost non-existent. Then why is this orb of light still able to restrict me? Ling Han asked. Being able to restrict him. This was naturally no ordinary power. Instead, it was a power at the peak stage of the 7th tier, the greatest power in the world. No, this isn't a decision made by my will. Rather, this is caused by the collapsed power of the Genesis world of the last area, the voice replied. Ling Han shrugged and asked, then how do I break free? There's no need to be afraid. This place only exists because there's still a sliver of my will that hasn't dissipated yet. Since I've already seen you, there's no longer a need for me to exist anymore, the voice said. Ling Han was still skeptical, and he asked, so what do you want to tell me? The burst of power that flowed into you just then made some changes and allowed you to truly possess the ability to transform into a Genesis world, the voice replied. Ling Han faltered upon hearing this. There were countless dimensions inside him, and he could now rival the current Genesis world in this area. In fact, it was possible that he possessed a greater number of dimensions. This was because 10 dimensions of the Genesis world had already been engulfed, while no new dimensions had been born. Thus, he naturally possessed more dimensions inside his body. However, Ling Han was still slightly inferior to the Genesis world. Firstly, the dimensions inside him couldn't reach the transcendent level. This was something proven throughout history. Secondly, he wouldn't be able to cultivate any additional dimensions. Not only that, but if a dimension were comprehensively destroyed, with not even a trace left, then he would lose this dimension forever. He wouldn't be able to create it again. However, the Genesis world obviously wasn't like this. Instead, it was full of vitality and life, and it was able to nurture transcendent-level dimensions. Even so, the voice in his mind, the power of will of the Genesis world of the last era, was suggesting that he could remedy these two shortcomings. That's right. Even though your strength hasn't increased by a single bit, you've been granted the ability to create countless possibilities, the voice said. However, only a sliver of my will remains, so all I can give you is this opportunity to create possibilities. An opportunity to create possibilities. This was already enough. Ling Han was confident that he could deal with this himself. Even so, he wasn't overly delighted, and he asked in a solemn voice, why me? Why choose me? During his previous life, he hadn't exactly been outstanding in any sense. Thus, why had two paramount mighty figures both chosen him? There aren't so many whys. If I had chosen someone else, that person would have also asked me why I had chosen them, the voice replied. If you really want a reason, then it's because I saw a flash of the future while looking down the river of time. And you're the person who can change the course of history. So it's only a possibility? Ling Han asked. The future isn't certain. When it comes to something that's related to a powerful being like hysteria, this is more so the case. It's naturally even more difficult to catch a glimpse of the future. You don't need to belittle yourself. The only help that I've given you is the opportunity to become boundlessly powerful. However, everything else is still up to you. Ling Han was rendered speechless. In reality, this opportunity was the biggest cheat code that he could receive. He was sure that if this great opportunity were given to Xian Qihu, Lin Youlian, or the others, they wouldn't do any worse than him. Then what about Feng Wuding? He should be the son of destiny that you chose, right? The world was collapsing at that time, while I had only just come into existence. I used a wisp of my power with great difficulty, and this allowed me to funnel the seeds of the Genesis world into the bodies of those 5 invincible beings, where they could be protected. However, I was unable to control my power properly, so a mark of worlds will accidentally landed on one of the seeds. Oh, so Feng Wuding isn't actually the son of destiny? He's actually just an accident? Ling Han wore a strange expression. Fuck. And Lin Luo and Zhou Heng both had such high hopes for this person, so much so that Ling Han had been forced to show mercy time and time again. It was only because of this that Feng Wuding was still alive. Otherwise, Ling Han would have slapped him to death long ago. What son of destiny? Pei. If they wanted to know who the true son of destiny was, then that was naturally him, even though Ling Han didn't exactly fancy this identity. However, Feng Wuding had indeed obtained many benefits because of this identity. For example, he possessed 100 dimensions, and this was far more than Xian Qihu, Lin Yulian, and the other greatest prodigies of all eternity. Chapter 2995. 2995 The Eighth Power. 2995 The Eighth Power. Ling Han wasn't jealous of the fact that Feng Wuding possessed 100 dimensions. After all, the former possessed hundreds of thousands of dimensions. In comparison, 100 dimensions were no big deal. They couldn't even compare to a fraction of the number Ling Han possessed. What displeased him was the fact that Feng Wuding had naturally mastered 10 first-grade seals. Logically speaking, this should be his, right? Additionally, I have something to tell you, the will of the last era's Genesis world said. It could be called the world's will, and did not belong to any single being. Instead, it was formed from the souls of all the living beings of the Genesis world of the last era. Though in the last great battle, Extermination was blasted by the power caused by the destruction of the world, and its physical body was destroyed, and only a sliver of its spirit was left. After suffering this loss, the present hysteria has become even more terrifying. Furthermore, compared to my generation, Extermination only devoured 3 dimensions at that time, while hysteria has far surpassed this number nowadays. According to my deductions, even if the Genesis world was destroyed again, it would still be impossible to kill hysteria. Instead, this would allow it to obtain the world's core. The worlds will suddenly stopped. After a pause, it continued, in short, hysteria will become stronger and stronger. You can't kill it with your own power. Ling Han's heart jolted. What the hell was the world's core? Why was this voice hesitating here? In any case, it was about to die soon, so what else was there to hide? Ling Han did not pursue the matter. If the other party had wanted to tell him, it would not have suddenly stopped. He only said, could it be that Feng Wuding and I have to join forces? You do indeed have to join forces with someone, but it is not Feng Wuding, the worlds will said. Then with whom? Ling Han pressed the matter. Extermination. Pooh. Ling Han sputtered. Extermination. Have you gone stupid? The Genesis world of the last era collapsed, and the main culprit behind that was Extermination. Furthermore, Extermination was the predecessor of hysteria, and you wanted Extermination to kill hysteria? Hee, it would really be strange if Extermination agreed. There's no need to feel that it's inconceivable, the worlds will said. When I sensed the existence of a sliver of Extermination's consciousness, I knew that it would make a comeback one day. Thus, I hid Extermination's corpse, and used the last of my power to restore it. Moreover, I even allowed it to develop a new consciousness. 7th tier is the combination of the 6 fundamental powers and the unique power of a dimension. However, this unique power can only condense into 1, 100, 1000, or even accommodate a true dimension within itself, possessing even greater power. This can be called the 7th fundamental power. That's the case with hysteria. Every time it devours a dimension, the 7th power would become slightly stronger, far surpassing any fundamental power. Hence, it is invincible in this world, and even 7th tiers would not be able to stand against it. To suppress it, you would have to surpass it in terms of the 7th power. But you started later, and can't directly devour dimensions, either, so you can't surpass hysteria. Ling Han thought for a moment, and then nodded slowly. If he relied on himself to strengthen those dimensions in his body, how long would he have to wait? Perhaps, there really would come a day when he could turn a certain dimension in his body into a transcendent dimension, but at that time, hysteria might have long since devoured all the dimensions, and conquered the entire Genesis world. Though the fundamental particles in this place had turned into a wall, abundant with energy, this was only a part of that Genesis world, a remnant. To say the least, even if all of this was handed over to Ling Han, that would only turn him into the Genesis world of the last era. But it should be known that even if the Genesis world of the last era was destroyed, it had only severely injured Extermination, and could not kill it, and the present hysteria was even stronger than that. Thus, the world's will had said that he alone couldn't kill hysteria. Ling Han's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was surging with emotions. This world's will was very good at scheming. It actually hid Extermination's body long ago, and spent the remaining energy to repair her, creating a new consciousness for her, and turning her into the key to overthrowing hysteria, which was actually another her. And Ling Han had also become a chess piece. Hysteria had chosen him, and the world's will had also chosen him. He did not agree with what the world said, that it really was just a coincidence. How could there be anything so coincidental in this world? However, it was clear that the other party wouldn't say this out loud. This guy had hidden a great many secrets, such as world's core and whatnot. Additionally, had Extermination given birth to a new consciousness, or had it been injected with the own consciousness of the world's will that replaced it? Perhaps it could do it, or perhaps it could not. Who would know? To ask Ling Han to trust such an unfamiliar person would really be a joke. Here, Ling Han had unraveled some of the mysteries, yet gained even more unanswered questions. In fact, he even felt as if he had fallen into some kind of great conspiracy. Hence, if you want to destroy hysteria, you must obtain the 8th fundamental power. The world's will continued. The 8th fundamental power. The 7th type was still understandable. After all, it had already existed for a long time. It was just a different way of putting it, but what was the 8th type? There was such power. Then why had no one ever grasped it before, and reached an 8th tier that had never been attained before? Actually, you've already seen this kind of power, the world's will said. Yin and yang, life and death, creation and destruction, right and reverse. These are all manifestations of the 8th fundamental power, but no one can master it alone. It can only be done by two people working together. Hence, it wanted him to join forces with Extermination. Ling Han thought for a moment, and then said, "Are you sure that Extermination will join forces with me to fight hysteria together?" "Positive," the world's will said with absolute certainty. "All right, I don't have much time. I have to fully improve your body so that you will truly possess the ability to become the Genesis world." Boom! A mysterious power entered into Ling Han's body. This should be on the spiritual level. After all, the world's will were enough to explain everything. However, this power soon dissipated, and the light sphere also quickly extinguished. Hong long long. This space was collapsing with a violent bang. Only a while later, Ling Han saw the energy storm from the void sweeping towards him. He understood now. Following the dissipation of the world's will, this Genesis world of the last era had also lost its support completely. The dimensional barrier was no longer effective, so it was naturally penetrated by the energy from the void. This place would soon cease to exist, and once again return to the void. That was because this was originally the territory of the void, and it should have been impossible for such a group of dimensions to exist. Hong long long, the void energy storm wreaked havoc, yet Ling Han was unmoved. He spread out his defenses, his physique seemingly indestructible. He would not care about this kind of impact at all. He was observing his own body. Even though the words of the world's will were frank, without any selfish motives at all, Ling Han could not completely believe it, what more trust it. Did the other party leave any tricks in his body? He did not want it to suddenly pop out and take control of his body, replacing him. Chapter 2996. 2996 Return. 2996 Return. Ling Han examined himself carefully over and over again, meticulous to the point of every cell, but finally came to a conclusion. He really did not find anything out of the ordinary. There was not the slightest change in his cultivation level and power, but he had a feeling that there was something new in his body. It was a change because there was presently a power of dimension that was forming inside one of Ling Han's cells, though it was presently only a sliver, and was not even comparable to the power of a gushing spring tear. As long as this continued, there would eventually come a day when it would develop into a new dimension. In other words, Ling Ling had already broken through the previous barrier, and now obtained the ability to create a new dimension. Then, there was only one other ability that could not be confirmed could advance one, or even a few dimensions, to the level of transcendent level. However, it wasn't easy to prove it now. After all, he was limited by cultivation level. He had to reach the 7th tier before he could confirm whether he had such an ability or not. In truth, as long as the dimensions in his body could multiply endlessly, his strength would never end, and he could continue to grow. He tore open a rip in the void, and returned to the Genesis world. On this trip, he had spent a total of over 500 billion years. He was sure that everything had changed. He returned to the profound negative realm, and he very soon found the Empress and the others. Everyone was living in seclusion because they had not resolved the problem of Chongyan, Shatter Mountains, and the others yet. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ling Han, everyone was extremely pleasantly surprised. Since his departure, it had really been too many years, and there had long been rumors that Ling Han had already died in the Genesis world of the last era. Though the Empress and the others all did not believe it, too much time had passed. It was inevitable that they would still feel worried. Ling Han briefly related his experiences, but he left out the last part of his encounter with the worlds because he did not want everyone to worry unnecessarily about him. Everyone was pleased. Ling Han's strength had improved further, and he could truly match any 7th tier now. This was great news. The realm battlefield has been reopened, Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable said. Over 400 billion years ago, Hysteria had made a comeback, and launched a fierce offensive against the profound negative realm. And after swallowing the flaming frost realm, Hysteria's strength had indeed improved greatly. Though its main body was still being held back by the 7th tiers, even with the addition of Zhou Heng and the other newly advanced 7th tiers, the situation was still not as good as it had been in the flaming frost realm. Hysteria was able to spare more energy to create more troops. This time, the realm battlefield had split into 2 levels. One was the battlefield of the 7th tiers, and the other was where 6th tiers, 5th tiers and so on were all gathered. Ling Han was sure that this was a modification made by Hysteria. The fewer battlefields there were, the greater its advantage would be. It would be fine as long as all the monsters it created were at the 6th tier. In terms of numbers, it had too much of an advantage. Ling Han was curious. Just how many 6th tier monsters had Hysteria created that even 4 people with 7th tier battle prowess couldn't turn the tables around? I have to go and take a look at the realm battlefield, Ling Han said. Hysteria's advancement had to be halted because it was no longer possible for another transcendent dimension to form in the Genesis world. Once the profound negative realm fell, Hysteria would then completely conquer the Genesis world in a single sweep. Even 7th tiers would not be able to stop it in the slightest. No matter how deep the enmity was between Ling Han and Chong Yan and the others, faced with the survival of the Genesis world, this was a small matter. Of course, it had been more than 500 billion years since he last left, so Ling Han couldn't possibly leave immediately. He stayed at home for 3 years, and only then did he set out. The realm battlefield had already been active for so many years, so it wouldn't hurt it to wait another 3 years for him, right? In these 3 years, Ling Han spent the majority of his time accompanying his wives and children, as well as providing some guidance on their cultivation. With Ling Duanyun running here and there, the descendants of the Ling clan that had been scattered all over the world also slowly gathered, forming another large clan, but it was very low-key. After all, Ling Han had not returned, and they had offended quite a number of 7th tier ultimate elites. Ling Han used his divine sense to sweep over every descendant, but unfortunately, Ling Duanyun was already the most outstanding. But ultimately, Ling Duanyun could only reach 9th heaven, at most, which was still far from the heavenly venerable tier. It would be difficult for another heavenly venerate to appear among his descendants. Ling Han also knew that he was asking too much. Just look at his children and grandchildren. Just how many heavenly venerates had emerged from them. Finally, Ling Han brought Ling Fifen with him to the realm battlefield. There couldn't be too many people, because while there was no problem for Ling Han to protect himself now, he wouldn't be able to protect many people in a battle between 7th tiers, either. This applied to Shatter Mountains and the others as well. If they fought with Ling Han, they definitely wouldn't have the spare energy to take care of the people around them. The problem was that these 5 people came from the Genesis world of the last era. Aside from Feng Wooding, who they were concerned about, was there anyone else they had to take care of? Hence, this was unequal. They could be very willful, and fight as they willed, without any reservations at all. Ling Fifen was currently in the 2nd tier, and was in the process of breaking through to the 3rd tier. Taking him to the realm battlefield to experience life and death battle would be of great help to his breakthrough. A question arose in Ling Han's mind when he recalled the words that Chong Yen and the others had said before. Why had they lied about the Mark of Life? They had said that they had gathered it in advance, and not that the world's will had stuffed it into their hands. To claim credit. Impossible. Did a 7th tier need such empty fame? Then, there was only one possibility left. They wanted to conceal the existence of the world's will. The question was why? Ling Han had come into contact with the world's will before, and saw the scene of the 5 ultimate elites slumbering. He didn't think that it was any kind of secret worth keeping. Could it be that these 5 people knew something that he did not know? Ling Han thought for a long time, but if this was really a secret, it was obviously impossible for him to see through it. Furthermore, it had to be world-shaking. Otherwise, why would the 5 of them have kept it hidden? To make even a 7th tier ultimate elite keep his mouth shut about it, it had to be an incredibly important matter. Led by Ling Han, grandfather and grandson soon arrived at the realm battlefield. Similar to the Flaming Frost realm, a great wall was built here to counter Hysteria's advantage in numbers. Ling Han stood in the skies, his eyes gazing into the distance. He could see Hysteria's army camped 5,000 kilometers outside the city, densely packed together. This scale was really astonishing. Who goes there? A figure streaked over, exuding a massive, majestic aura. Ling Han's eyes swept over, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of killing intent. It was Xian Chihu. And it's you? It was naturally impossible for Xian Chihu not to recognize Ling Han. He also raised his gaze. Your life is really tough. You actually didn't die in the Genesis world of the last era. Chapter 2997. 2997 One Punch. 2997 One Punch. Ling Han had died in the Genesis world of the last era. This was the news released by Golden Silk Moth. He had personally witnessed Ling Han entering into the particle wall, and then never coming back out again. When this news spread out, the majority of heavenly venerates wouldn't believe it, because Ling Han possessed the power of the 7th tier. 7th tiers were undying and indestructible, so how could he possibly die in the Genesis world of the last era? But afterwards, Chong Yen, Shatter Mountains, and the others all expressed that possessing 7th tier battle prowess and being an actual 7th tier were two completely different matters. Only actual 7th tiers were truly indestructible. Different from them, no matter how strong 6th tiers or 5th tiers were, there was still a possibility that they would die. After the explanation was affirmed by 5 7th tier ultimate elites, and added with the fact that there had been no news of Ling Han for hundreds of billions of years, people gradually began to believe it. Right now, the majority of heavenly venerates thought that Ling Han had died. Xian Chihu was naturally one of the very rare few who were certain that Ling Han had not died. Thus, he was not the slightest bit surprised to see Ling Han standing alive in front of him. Otherwise, if it was another person, they might think that they had seen a ghost. Ling Han said calmly, "Don't worry, even if the grass on your grave is green and flourishing, nothing will happen to me. You really have not changed in the slightest, still with as venomous a tongue as ever." Xian Chihu shook his head. "Hee, my fists are tougher." Ling Han charged out, brandishing his fists in a punch. What was there to be reserved about? Xian Chihu hurriedly parried. Pang, the two of them exchanged blows once, and Xian Chihu's whole person was sent flying. The aftermath reverberated, and the space in all directions collapsed in patches, drawing the extremely terrifying energy storm from within the void. The battle prowess of the 7th tier was too strong. If they went all out, even the transcendent dimension would one day be shattered. Xian Chihu barely managed to stop in his tracks, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock. More than 500 billion years had passed. Though he had not advanced to the 7th tier, he had still reached peak stage 6th tier, and his power was at late stage 7th tier, just a little bit away from the peak stage. There was nothing he could do about this. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it would be to battle above one's cultivation level. It was already very impressive that he could practically battle while surpassing a whole cultivation level. However, Ling Han was truly freakish. He was clearly only a 5th tier, yet possessed the battle prowess of a peak stage 7th tier. He was inconceivably strong. Ling Han released a battle cry, and was just about to charge forwards to continue the battle when he saw another 3 figures appear. Lin Yulian, Wu Haoyang, Bai Meifan had actually advanced to the 6th tier as well, surpassing Ling Han in terms of cultivation level. This was normal. Previously, Zhou Hang had already said that they would put all their effort into nurturing Bai Meifan. It was not the slightest bit strange for him to have become a 6th tier now. With the full efforts of 7th tiers to nurture him, how could his advancement not be fast? Of course, if Bai Meifan wasn't a supreme prodigy himself, it would be useless no matter how much they supported him. Ling Han, Lin Yulian and Wu Haoyang both called out. Bai Meifan, on the other hand, was much more enthusiastic. He rushed over and gave Ling Han a bear hug. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily," he said with a loud laugh. Now that the 3 of them had appeared, and with Bai Meifan hugging him like this, Ling Han naturally couldn't make another move. He smiled, nodded, and then said to Bai Meifan, "You've already advanced to the 6th tier, so should I call you senior?" Bai Meifan deliberately tidied his clothes, then nodded at Ling Han, and said, "You can come and pay your respects." "Get lost." Ling Han shot out a kick with a smile, and Bai Meifan dodged nimbly to the side. "Brother Ling, are you here to help?" Lin Yulian asked. Ling Han nodded. "How's the situation now?" "It's not optimistic." Bai Meifan shook his head. "In the beginning, with the addition of us people with 7th tier battle prowess, Hysteria's army was naturally easily blocked. However, Hysteria soon created a new type of monster. It's extremely few in numbers, but it can self-destruct, and its might is comparable to a full power attack of a peak stage 7th tier. If we don't dodge in advance, we'll definitely be severely injured by the explosion. We'll need to recuperate for hundreds of millions of years." Lin Yulian also said, "This should be an ability that Hysteria obtained after swallowing the Flaming Frost Realm. Otherwise, if it had used it against the Flaming Frost Realm, we would have been defeated already." Ling Han nodded in understanding. Hysteria definitely didn't have any intention of posturing or concealing its power. In order to achieve its goal, Hysteria would disregard all scruples, resorting to simple, violent, and direct means. "With Brother Ling's help, the strength on our side will be increased greatly," Wu Haoyang said. Only Xian Chihu did not speak. He had been punched by Ling Han. Though he had only spat out a little blood, his confidence had been severely wounded. Previously, he had always been able to suppress Ling Han. Finally, on this day, the tables had been turned. As proud as he was, he naturally could not accept this immediately. They arrived at the base camp. Lin Yulian, Wu Haoyang, and Xian Chihu soon left. Bai Meifan sat for a while longer, but he still had to focus on cultivating. On the other side, on the battlefield, the 7th tiers were struggling to hold on. If they were all suppressed, and Hysteria's main body showed its might, who would be able to stop it? Thus, more 7th tiers were needed to join the main battlefield. It would not do if they only had 7th tier battle prowess and were not actual 7th tiers, as they would soon die. Ling Han shook his hand and released Ling Fifan. Previously, when the battle of 7th tiers broke out, a single shockwave would be enough to kill him. Ling Fifan didn't stay by Ling Han's side. Instead, he joined the army. When Hysteria's army attacked, he would start a bloody battle, hovering on the border between life and death. His comprehension would then be greatly improved. Ling Han was also cultivating. If news spread out that he had come to the realm battlefield, would Chong Yen, Shatter Mountains, and the others charge over at all costs? It was possible. However, Ling Han didn't care. His current power had already reached the peak stage of the 7th tier, and the defense created by the powers of dimension was no weaker than the physique of a 7th tier. Against these veteran 7th tiers, he no longer had any disadvantage. If they wanted a battle, so be it. What did he have to fear? He was deducing the heavenly venerable seals, and he was also cultivating at the same time. He was multitasking without the slightest difficulty. The Hysteria army was very patient, and continuously accumulated power. They did not immediately attack. This had to be because of the existence of intelligent monsters. In this way, if they launched an attack, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Time passed quickly, and 3 months passed quietly. Ling Han was in the midst of cultivating when he sensed that the aura of Ling Fifan was approaching. He was a little curious. This grandson had already said that he would definitely not depend on him, So why had he come back just like that? Ling Han's expression darkened. He discovered that Ling Fifen's breathing was slightly uneven. For heavenly venerates, this was inconceivable. Right at this moment, the door was pushed open, and Ling Fifen walked in. Ling Fifen's body was covered with wounds and bloodstains, and he looked extremely miserable. Ling Han's index finger involuntarily moved, and killing intent rose up in him. This was his only grandson. Who did it? Ling Han asked. Ling Fifen wiped the blood from the corners of his lips, saying, "Old man, I didn't embarrass you. There were more than 20 of them, and they were all second tiers. They attacked me together, and I defeated 6 of them." "Why did you get into a fight?" Ling Han asked. It's still because of you, old man," Ling Fifen replied, slightly depressed. Chapter 2998. 2998 Kill. 2998 Kill. Me? Ling Han was slightly surprised. Why? That's because I don't know that group of people at all. I only accidentally revealed that my surname is Ling, and I'm your grandson. In the end, they dissed me indiscriminately and started fighting with me, Ling Fifen said. He appeared extremely curious, and he asked, "Old man, just how many enemies did you make in the past?" This question. It seemed like Ling Han would have to ponder for a while before he could answer. Ling Han stroked his chin, thought seriously for a while, and said, "I have killed the majority of those who have made an enemy of me, so there would not be any traces left behind." All right, this answer was also quite domineering. Those people didn't reveal their own identities? Ling Han asked. No, Ling Fifen replied. He then added, "I was too busy fighting, so I didn't think to ask them." This battle was quite confusing. However, he really showed the bearing of the Ling clan. "If you want to fight, I will oblige, and I will not cower in the slightest," is how it went. Ling Han asked, "Why have you come here then? Calling for reinforcements?" "I want to heal my injuries here. It's safer." Ling Fifen was quite strong-willed. Ling Han nodded. "If you encounter someone that you are no match for, don't force yourself. You can come to me." "Sure," Ling Fifen replied. He then sat down in a cross-legged position and started to heal his wounds. He looked extremely miserable, but in truth, those were only superficial injuries, and would recover in a few days. He then went out again. In that previous battle, he thought that he had suffered some loss, so he naturally had to get his revenge. The people of the Ling clan were not the type to keep quiet after suffering a loss. Ling Han ignored the matter. As long as Ling Fifen didn't encounter any life-threatening dangers, he wouldn't interfere. Several days passed in this manner, and Ling Fifen came back with injuries again. However, there was a smug smile on his face. It was clear that he had made that group suffer even more serious injuries. Another few days later, the situation was different. Ling Fifen returned, but the moment he came in, he collapsed onto the ground, completely passing out. A second-tier heavenly venerate would actually lose consciousness. Just how severely had he been wounded? Ling Han couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger. If Ling Fifen had been fighting with Hysteria's army, Ling Han would only feel heartache and not anger even if his arms and legs were broken. However, here with his comrades, his grandson had been beaten to such a state. This naturally enraged him immensely. It was hard to imagine what kind of tough battle Ling Fifen had gone through. He had actually fought to the point of exhaustion. Ling Han had not even stood up when he discovered a group of people walking over. Their target was his stone house. Ling Han had been cultivating in seclusion all these days, and no one here had ever seen him before. Thus, these people definitely weren't here to look for him, but rather for Ling Fifen. It was probably because they had seen Ling Fifen enter this place. "Ling Fifen, get out here!" Someone called out a challenge from outside. Ling Han frowned. After so many years, how had the realm battlefield become so chaotic? In the past, military discipline was strict, and private battles were prohibited. Those who disobeyed would be severely punished, but what was going on now? They actually dared to publicly charge to his doorstep. "Coward! Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you afraid now? If you're scared, then get out here and kowtow 3 times." Then Sabe, those surnamed Ling are all bastards 100 times. How could 100 times be enough? No matter what, it has to be 1,000 times, right? Ha 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 ha. Those people outside all broke out in a loud laughter. Extremely arrogant. Ling Han simply used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and discovered that among these 24 people, only one was a first tier, 22 were second tiers, and one was a third tier. No wonder Ling Fifan had been completely exhausted from the battle. He wasn't as freakish as Ling Han, so how could it not be like a cat toying with a mouse, resulting in him becoming completely exhausted? Ling Han's expression was very ugly. He wanted to destroy Hysteria, but did not have the noble aspiration to protect all life in the world. Even if he did, that could only be ranked second on his list of priorities. What he truly wanted to protect was his family and friends. Now that his grandson had been beaten so terribly, how could he still bear with it? So what if he killed these bastards? With his current level, what did he have to be afraid of? Worst come to worst, even if he didn't have the battle prowess of a 7th tier, hadn't he also dared to become hostile with a 7th tier and flip the table on them? He stood up, opened the door, and slowly walked out. Who is this person? TSK, he looks like he has a card up his sleeve. Just the look of him is so detestable. Who does he think he is? Those people outside all spoke one after another. With Ling Han's present height, his aura was withdrawn. If he did not take the initiative to unleash his might, aside from another 7th tier, who would be able to tell that he was extraordinary? Ling Han's eyes swept over them. He felt a sense of familiarity from these heavenly venerates. He thought for a moment, and came to a sudden realization. These people were the marks of life that had been extracted from the bodies of Chong Yen, Shatter Mountains, and the others. They were the seeds that had been preserved from the Genesis world of the last era. Compared to how outstanding Feng Wuding was, the others naturally weren't talented enough. More than 500 billion years had already passed, and they were only barely able to advance to the 1st tier, 2nd tier, or 3rd tier. However, Feng Wuding had been fully nurtured by Chong Yen and the others, so his rate of advancement was naturally very fast. Furthermore, he had indeed received some benefits from the Genesis world of the last era, which definitely far surpassed his peers. You were the ones who injured my grandson, he asked calmly. That's your grandson? Those people snickered. So what? We will beat even you into a grandson. All right. Ling Han nodded. These people were unreasonably starting a fight with Ling Fifan, bullying Ling Fifan with an advantage in numbers, and now they even brought out a 3rd tier, forcing Ling Fifan into such dire straits, which filled Ling Han with fury. He did not care what the reason was. Since you guys like to use violence, then he would just use violence to solve the problem. What's so all right about it? Want to be my grandson? Someone snickered. Pang! Ling Han threw a punch, and this person was turned into a mist of blood. 2nd tier. He was nothing but trash. Instantly, the area fell silent, becoming deathly silent. A 2nd tier actually died just like that. Though they had forced Ling Fifan to the point of exhaustion, they still didn't dare to kill him. After all, this was the realm battlefield, so they needed everyone to unite and face the enemy together. Killing their own people. No one could afford to bear such a terrible reputation. But when Ling Han moved, he was clean, swift, and without the slightest hesitation. He had killed the opponent with a single punch, as if that was not a 2nd tier, but rather an insignificant piece of trash. Hiss, this was too brazen, wasn't it? Moreover, he had killed a 2nd tier with a single punch. What kind of concept was that? He had to possess 3rd tier strength at least. Everyone was naturally terrified, fearing that Ling Han would kill again, and aside from the 3rd tier heavenly venerate among them, who could match him? What is it? Why is there no noise now? Ling Han asked calmly. Why were you really too bold to actually dare commit murder in the base camp? Who exactly are you? They mustered up the courage to ask this question because that 3rd tier was already standing in front of them, which gave them courage. Chapter 2999. 2999 wronged. 2999 wronged. Ling Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, carrying a faint smile, and said, You people have all offended me, yet you don't even know who I am? Stop acting and tell us who you are. Someone shouted harshly. In any case, there was a third tier in front of him, so he dared to do this. Ling Han looked towards him, and casually raised his hand then pressed down. Pang! That person turned into a mist of blood. Calm and composed. There was not the slightest bit of anger. In fact, there was not the slightest bit of damage to the walls of the houses around him, but a second tier had practically died without emitting even a sound. What kind of great power was this, and what kind of precise control over power was this? Everyone was trembling. Though there was a third tier in front of them, from the look of things now, he might as well be completely just for show. However, this person was far too audacious. He had publicly killed someone in their base. No matter who he was definitely going to die. That third tier regained his courage and asked Ling Han, daring to commit murder, yet do you not dare to say who you are? However, only he himself knew just how anxious his heart was. His mind was completely ill at ease and unsettled. Ling Han glanced at the third tier Heavenly Venerate. This was naturally the main culprit who had forced Ling Fifan into such a sorry state. However, after a glance, he didn't pay any more attention to him. Instead, he asked, "You're all Feng Wuding subordinates, right?" These were all seeds from the Genesis world of the last era, and they could not possibly have had any kind of grudge with Ling Han. Then there was only one possibility. That was because Feng Wuding hated Ling Han, and they also hated all those who were related to Ling Han. Ling Fifan was indeed very wronged. Since you know that we are Lord Feng's men, you still dare to commit violence, that third tier said. Though he was shouting a question, his voice was trembling, and there was nothing left of his domineering bearing. However, when they spoke of Feng Wuding, everyone straightened their backs a bit. This name seemed to possess a mysterious power, giving them confidence. Feng Wuding was the strongest prodigy of the Genesis world, the son of destiny, and when he was in the 5th tier, he already possessed the battle prowess of the 7th tier. There was no one in the world that could compare. Ling Han chuckled, and casually delivered a palm strike at that third tier. Tell Feng Wuding to come and see me. The palm pressed down, and the third tier paled in shock. He hurriedly wanted to flee, but just as he moved, pang! His body had already turned into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that their faces turned pale. As it turned out, this person's strength had surpassed the third tier. Run! It was unknown who was the first to exclaim this, and everyone started fleeing. He delivered 21 consecutive palm strikes, and 21 heavenly venerates were killed. Only the 1st tier heavenly venerate was still alive. That person was so scared that his legs were shaking. He could no longer manage to run, as he felt a coldness fill his whole body. How was he supposed to escape? Yet Ling Han stopped. Aren't you going back to call Feng Wuding over? That 1st tier came to his senses, and realized that Ling Han had actually spared him. After a moment of faltering, he hurriedly broke into a run and fled. He was filled with the wild joy of having escaped death. He ran madly, and arrived at the Feng Alliance. This was the base camp of the force that was subordinate to Feng Wuding. There were many people here, and practically all the seeds from the Genesis world of the last era were here. Because the last generation and the present generation had a generational gap, a line was naturally drawn between them. However, there would always be some who would curry favor with those in power. It was not that there were no heavenly venerates of the Genesis world here. Because they were certain that Feng Wuding was the son of destiny, they had come to curry his favor. Seeing how pale this 1st tier was and how he was stumbling over, a 3rd tier couldn't help but ask smilingly, "Huang Feng, what's going on? Why are you in such a panic? Is the sky collapsing?" Huang Feng was still slightly dazed, and he mumbled, "Dead, all of them are dead." That 3rd tier could tell something was off, and his expression immediately darkened, and shouted at Huang Feng, "What's going on?" He had imbued the might of a 3rd tier into his shout, and this was like a direct strike. Huang Feng finally shuddered, and came back to his senses. His eyes involuntarily narrowed, and he was just about to speak. However, with a bang, his whole person turned into a shower of blood. Because they had been too close, and added with the fact that he had not had his guard up, that 3rd tier's whole face was splattered with blood. He couldn't help but look shocked. Would a heavenly venerate explode for no reason? That was not possible. In other words, Huang Feng had been subjected to some kind of technique, and it had activated just now, leading to his death. The question was, had Huang Feng been severely injured, and only now did he succumb to his injuries? Or, had this trick been hidden all this while, right until it suddenly exploded just now? What's going on? More people ran over. They only saw the scene of Huang Feng's body exploding, so some people's eyes immediately turned towards that third tier. Just now, you were the closest to Huang Feng, so was it you who did it? For a third-tier Heavenly Venerate, killing a first-tier Heavenly Venerate was naturally as easy as a father beating his son. Why would anyone suspect this third tier? It was very simple. This third tier did not come from the Genesis world of the last era, but rather was a Heavenly Venerate of the present generation who had come to cozy up to their powerful leader. Thus, in the eyes of the Heavenly Venerates of the Genesis world from the last era, this kind of person was naturally inferior, and it would be difficult for him to win their trust. You are quite courageous, aren't you? Not only do you dare to commit a crime in the camp, you did it in the territory of the Feng Alliance at that. Yilong, are you the one who did it? Someone immediately shouted. That third tier, Yilong was deep in thought, and he was shocked. That was because he recalled that previously, though Huang Feng's face was pale, and he was staggering, that should be because he had suffered a massive blow to his spirit, but his body was still fine. He could still remember Huang Feng's surging life essence. In other words, someone had planted a technique in Huang Feng's body, and it had suddenly exploded, taking his life. Who had done this that even Huang Feng had not sensed it in the slightest? It was absolutely impossible for a second tier to do so, but could a third tier do so? It would be extremely difficult. He shook his head internally because he himself was a third tier. He himself thought that it was easy to kill a first tier, but to inject some kind of technique into him, and have it explode at the specified time, blasting a first tier into a shower of blood, was impossible. He nodded. It had to be a fourth tier at least. It really was you. When everyone saw how Yilong was nodding his head, they were instantly outraged. This guy was really bold to actually dare commit a crime here. Only then did Yilong finally come to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. He had actually, in a moment of confusion, admitted to a task that was completely not his doing. This was nothing to joke about. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It wasn't me. You guys have misunderstood. It wasn't me." But everyone was very xenophobic in the first place, and had never considered Yilong as one of their own. Previously, they had personally witnessed Yilong nodding, and now he still wanted to deny it. Do you think we're all blind? Capture him. Someone immediately shouted. Capture him. Everyone moved one after another. There was naturally no need to be merciful in capturing a traitor and murderer. They all went all out, beating Yilong harshly. Yilong felt sullen to the point of wanting to throw up blood. Chapter 3000, 3000 Attacking. 3000 Attacking. Yilong was a third tier, and most of the people here were second tiers, with a few being first tiers, so he could still hold on for the moment. But the problem here was that the other side would attack without any scruples, but he had his reservations. To say nothing of killing. He did not even dare to wound them. This naturally caused him to be extremely passive. He had powerful strength, yet could only unleash 10 to 20% of it. Before long, he was hit a few times, which caused him to stumble and bleed from the corner of his mouth. Pitifully, he still did not dare to counter with his full power, fearing that what he had been falsely accused would become true. He continuously shouted, "I didn't do it. Listen to me." Unfortunately, this kind of shout was completely drowned out by the furious roars of the masses. Moreover, even if someone heard him, they would ignore him. Who would believe him? And just like this, Yilong was continuously attacked in this way, his injuries becoming more and more serious. This kind of development was something that even the instigator, Ling Han, had not foreseen. He had only wanted Huang Feng to pass on a message so that he would die in an appropriate location. Then he would draw out Feng Wooding. Who would have thought that Yilong would be the one to take the blame? Yilong's heart felt like he had suffered terrible injustice, and he felt an indescribable regret. Why had he sided with the Feng Alliance? Though there was a Son of Destiny in the Feng Alliance, as well as 5 7th-tier ultimate elites, which was overwhelmingly awesome, these people all treated him like an outsider. Their treatment of him was filled with rejection, and they did not accept him at all. He was a dignified third tier, so what need was there for him to suffer such injustice? And now, it was even worse. He was being treated like a murderer. If he really was killed, there wouldn't even be a place for him to proclaim his innocence. Stop! A cold shout rang out, filled with intimidating might. Instantly, half of the people stopped attacking, and the other half also slowed down their attacks. In a few breaths' time, the situation was completely under control. A person with a tall, sturdy figure walked over, every step having a majestic gait. Lord Sealed Emotion. Lord Sealed Emotion. Many people immediately paid their respects. This was a fourth-tier heavenly venerate who was extremely freakish. In fact, even Fengwuding had praised him before. Thus, even if this person wasn't from the Genesis world of the last era, everyone still gave him a lot of face. Sealed Emotion walked over. His eyes swept over Yilong, and he frowned slightly. When had he ever felt so aggrieved? Those that could become heavenly venerates were definitely all prodigies of each dimension. Along the way, they would definitely have a glorious history of crushing other prodigies. Thus, Yilong was definitely feeling extremely aggrieved at this moment. How could he not feel extremely aggrieved? What's going on? Sealed Emotion asked solemnly. Yilong hurriedly recounted what had happened previously, and repeatedly swore a Tao oath, saying that if he told half a lie, he would never be able to advance to the fourth tier. For heavenly venerates, there was no heavier oath than this. Thus, everyone began to hesitate. Could it be that Yilong was telling the truth? Go and investigate, Sealed Emotion said. This was very easy to verify. Previously, there had been a total of 24 people in Huang Feng's group. As expected, a great many people verified that Huang Feng's group of 24 had indeed gone out together. What did they go off to do? Sealed Emotion asked again. Someone had participated in the previous fight with Ling Fifan, and told them about this matter. In other words, Huang Feng and the others had probably gone to seek out Ling Fifan today. Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable analyzed. However, only one of the 24 people returned. Humph, the problem must be Ling Fifan. Lord Sealed Emotion, that Ling Fifan is only a second tier. It's definitely impossible for him to accomplish this, someone said in disbelief. Sealed Emotion shook his head and said, although Ling Fifan is nothing to worry about, his grandfather Ling Han had many friends in the past, and there is no lack of fourth-tier elites among them. What you mean is that a fourth-tier elite has interfered? Sealed Emotion nodded. We'll know when we go and take a look. I know where he is. Someone volunteered. Previously, he had followed Ling Fifan to Ling Han's place. However, these people didn't dare to violate the camp's rules too much by barging into someone else's stone house to commit a crime. Otherwise, they would have long since died. Lead the way. This time, it could be considered a public outrage. At least several hundred people moved out at the same time. Though the majority of them were second tiers, with so many people moving out at the same time, the commotion could be considered vast and mighty. Wherever they passed, other forces would be alerted. What is it? Does Feng Alliance want to start a war? How dare they? Our Bai Alliance is not much inferior. The Tiger Alliance is unafraid. It had to be admitted that out of the many forces, the Feng Alliance was the strongest in terms of power. Not only did they have an advantage in numbers, Fengwuding, who was within their ranks, was also the son of destiny, and his battle prowess was outstanding. Furthermore, Fengwuding still had 5 7th-tier ultimate elites behind him. What force could compare to that? The Lin clan could be considered awesome, but there were only 3 7th tiers and one person with 7th-tier battle prowess in their ranks. Now that the Feng Alliance looked like they were about to go to war, how could they not feel anxious? Thankfully, the members of the Feng Alliance did not head towards the territory of any force, and only passed them by. Instead, they arrived at an inconspicuous corner. Where were they going? Many forces were all curious, and all came over to watch the excitement. Very soon, the people from the Feng Alliance had arrived in front of Ling Han's stone house. Sealed Emotion nodded at one of them, and said, "Go and knock on the doors." "Yes, my lord." That was a second tier. He hurriedly obeyed respectfully, and ran over to knock on the doors. The people inside, "Listen up, come out quickly," the second tier called out loudly. Ling Han planted restrictions within the stone house which cut off the transmission of noise. Then, he opened the doors and walked out. The moment he saw him, Sealed Emotion's eyes narrowed to small slits. Boom! A powerful aura rippled around him, and it was uncontrollable. Sealed Emotion had naturally heard of Ling Han's freakishness. Even a 7th-tier ultimate elite had once been captured by him and become his prisoner. Although Golden Silk Moth had managed to escape afterwards, it still couldn't conceal Ling Han's strength. Fortunately, Ling Han himself courted death by entering the forbidden land of the Genesis world from the last era. That was a place that even 7th tiers could not barge into. There had been no news from him for hundreds of billions of years, so he had to have died. Hence, though Sealed Emotion felt rueful, he was still pleased by the fact that this freak had finally disappeared. Yet now that he saw Ling Han walk out alive, how could he not be shocked to the point of panic? The 2nd tier didn't recognize Ling Han, and questioned him loudly, "Was it you who killed Huang Feng?" Ling Han nodded, and said, "That's right. I was the one who killed him." Hearing Ling Han admit it, Long was filled with indignation. He hurriedly jumped out, pointed at Ling Han and said, "You bastard, look at just how badly you have implicated me." Just look, he was still covered with blood. Ling Han was surprised. Why did this guy jump out and cry about being wronged? Even if his strength was outstanding, he could not have imagined that there would be such an unexpected twist. Ling Han ignored him and only looked towards Sealed Emotion. So many years had passed, and he had finally seen this old bastard again. Chapter 3001 3001 Flea. 3001 Flea. In the past, Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and Jiaowu Heavenly Venerate were high and mighty, looking down on Ling Han like they were gods. If they wanted to kill him, they could, and treated him like an ant. But now, though Sealed Emotion had already advanced to the 4th tier, and this advancement was really astonishingly fast, faced with Ling Han, so what if he was a 4th tier? How much stronger was he than an ant? That 2nd tier continued to ask, "What about the others? What did you do with them?" Ling Han smiled faintly and said casually, "Killed them all." Killed them? All of them? Everyone was taken aback at first, but then disbelief spread across their faces. What kind of joke was this? How could over 20 heavenly venerates die so soundlessly? A great battle would definitely have broken out, which would have alerted the entire camp. Who do you think you are? An ultimate elite of the 7th tier? However, after all, it was not everyone that could not recognize Ling Han, especially those from the current generation of the Genesis world. There were really very few that could not recognize Ling Han. The Supreme Freak. Instantly, everyone began whispering among themselves. The majority were numb with shock. It should be known that over 500 billion years ago, Ling Han had already possessed the battle prowess of a 7th tier, so how strong would he be now? Because Ling Han was too powerful, no one actually dared to make too much noise. They were basically communicating through divine sense to avoid accidentally saying something wrong and angering this guy. Just listen to what he said. Ling Han had just admitted that he had killed a great many members of the Feng Alliance. Long immediately jumped up and shouted loudly, "You madman, just see how I will suppress you." Though he was the victim of injustice, for the sake of increasing his own standing in the Feng Alliance, he naturally did not hesitate to jump out of his own volition. Moreover, Ling Han was the main culprit that had caused him to be accused wrongfully. He naturally very much wanted to give Ling Han a beating, or even kill him. Though the majority of people from this generation of the Genesis world recognized Ling Han, there were also a few exceptions, and this Long belonged to that minority. Everyone watched, shaking their head. Was he seeking death? He actually dared to provoke that bringer of calamity? Ling Han smiled faintly. "You want to suppress me?" "Humph, are you afraid now?" Long asked coldly. Actually, he knew that it was likely he was no match for Ling Han, because the technique that Ling Han had used on Huang Feng was something that he could not replicate. Long was clearly outmatched, yet still jumped out. Wasn't he showing his loyalty? Ling Han nodded. "All right, you can make your move. However, let's make things clear first. I am a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. If others do not trifle with me, I will not trifle with anyone either, but if anyone dares to trifle with me, I will return the favor 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Thus you will die. Haha, what an arrogant tone. Do you think you're an ultimate elite of the 7th tier? Yilong sneered. He leaped out, launching an attack at Ling Han. He was really going all out. Channeling a 7th grade seal, he was also brandishing a large flag in his hand. This was a heavenly venerate tool, which unleashed a frightening might. Everyone shook their head. The freakish Ling Han was not as simple as a 7th tier ultimate elite. He had even suppressed a 7th tier before. This was like trying to pick a losing battle. Who knew how embarrassing Yilong's death would be? However, none of the members of the Feng Alliance recognized Ling Han. Seeing Yilong unleash such a powerful offensive, they couldn't help but feel excited. They all cheered Yilong on. Boom! Yilong had already charged in front of Ling Han. He had no intention of killing Ling Han. Putting aside the fact that he knew that his abilities were inferior, even if he had that kind of strength, he would not do so. Killing was forbidden in the camp. He had his reservations. Thus, though this attack was fierce, it left a very great margin from fatality. Ling Han moved. Pang pang pang. Yilong's attacks all bounced back, appearing extremely fragile. In the midst of Yilong's shock, Ling Han's large hand penetrated his defenses, and he immediately already gripped his neck. Like a duck, he was instantly picked up by Ling Han. He could only flail his limbs weakly. Seeing this scene, the members of the Feng Alliance all gaped. They had been cheering for Yilong for so long, yet this was the result. It was too embarrassing. The others didn't find this strange at all. Ling Han could even capture a 7th tier ultimate elite. What more a mere 3rd tier? Ling Han looked at Yilong and asked, "Do you regret it?" Though Yilong was shocked internally, when he recalled that there was still a sealed emotion heavenly venerable behind him, his courage was naturally increased. He was sure that sealed emotion heavenly venerable would definitely move to save him. Thus he declared very arrogantly, "No regrets. Don't be too arrogant, you." Pang! Before he could even finish his words, he had already turned into a mist of blood. Ling Han nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Blood sprayed in all directions, yet did not touch him at all. Wisps of life essence surged into his body, yet there was pitifully little of it. It did not cause the slightest ripple at all. It looked like he would probably have to kill an ultimate elite of the 7th tier if he wanted to see an obvious improvement, but 7th tiers were undying and indestructible, and could not be killed at all. Thus, this path had to have been severed. Of course, this was unless Ling Han could directly engulf dimensions like hysteria. Yilong's remnant soul danced in the skies, and his spirit would very soon be destroyed and disperse. He looked at sealed emotion heavenly venerable, filled with resentment and disbelief. Just now, sealed emotion heavenly venerable actually did not even have the intention to move to save him. Yilong had died too unjustly. Speaking of which, today he definitely had to be the #1 fool in history. Previously, he had been treated as the culprit, and almost beaten to death. Now, he had impatiently charged ahead, not even knowing who his opponent was. Just how unjust was his death? But so what if he was wronged? Very soon, he completely disappeared. Watching as a 3rd tier turned into a mist of blood, everyone was shocked. Ling Han actually dared to kill in the camp. No matter how strong Ling Han's abilities were, there was a bottom line that could not be crossed, and that was to destroy the most fundamental unity of the camp. Murder was definitely not allowed. Yet Ling Han did not take it to heart at all. With his present strength, what need was there for him to care about any kind of rules? He had already made his words clear. If anyone made a move on him, he would definitely repay them 100, 1,000 times over. If anyone made another move, they would have to bear the consequences. Sealed emotion, are you going to commit suicide, or should I send you on your way? Ling Han looked towards sealed emotion. On his list of people to kill, this was one of them. Sealed emotion only felt aggrieved. The brat that had not even been worth a mention in front of him in the past could now decide his life or death. He didn't think that he would be able to fortunately escape from the battle prowess of a 7th tier. And if he knew that Ling Han had asked that same question of Zhou heavenly venerate in the past, who knew if he would feel sympathy from their shared fate, or fume with fury? He did not make a sound, but rather looked coldly at Ling Han. At this moment, no matter what he did, it would be useless. The initiative was in Ling Han's hands. Hee hee, Ling Han, how mighty of you! A cold laugh rang out, and an extremely powerful aura surged out. A young man in fluttering white robes walked out. Feng Wuding. Chapter 3002. 3002 Persistence. 3002 Persistence. Feng Wuding looked arrogantly at Ling Han. After more than 500 billion years, he still hadn't advanced to the 6th tier yet. However, he had already reached the peak stage of the 5th tier, and added with the fact that all 100 dimensions had been upgraded to the lower tier high-level dimensions, it was at least equivalent to 1,000 5th tiers working together to inject power into him, allowing his power to reach the late stage of the 7th tier. Now, his strength was already equal to that of Lin Yolian and the others, but he had more room for improvement. As long as he advanced to the 6th tier, then to say nothing of Lin Yulin and the others, he would be able to match even veteran 7th tier such as Shatter Mountains and the others, or even to suppress them. So what if Ling Han hadn't died? They were both 5th tiers, and Feng Wuding believed that his strength had increased extremely quickly, so he was already unafraid. You are unconvinced? Ling Han asked smilingly. He did not have a good impression of Feng Wuding. It was only because of Zhou Hang and the others that he had repeatedly held back when he had had the chance. However, he had obtained the inheritance of the world's will from the Genesis world of the last era, and knew that Feng Wuding was not the son of destiny at all. So what was the point of holding back? He would kill him. Fuck. Just the look of him was annoying. Feng Wuding sneered. Just because you have the battle prowess of 7th tier, you think you can do as you please? Let me tell you, you are wrong, overwhelmingly wrong. Ling Han cracked a smile. Today, I am determined to use my superior strength to kill you as well. What can you do about it? How dare you? Feng Wuding roared. Xiao. His figure soared into the air, and he shouted, Ling Han, come up for a battle. Ling Han ignored him. Instead, he stared at Sealed Emotion, his eyes cold, as if he was looking at a dead man. Ling Han. Feng Wuding shouted loudly. He felt that he had been ignored, which caused him to feel a strong sense of shame and anger. To Feng Wuding, Ling Han was too much of a bully. The former was the son of destiny, the ultimate elite that possessed the might of 7th tier. Ling Han moved, and grabbed out at Sealed Emotion. How dare you? Feng Wuding also moved, delivering a palm strike at Ling Han. Boom, the two forces clashed, and the houses in the vicinity instantly collapsed one after another, and the city walls of the surrounding 1,500 kilometers crumbled at the same time. Pang pang pang. Countless heavenly venerates were sent flying as if they were scarecrows. The entire encampment had become like a carpet, trembling in waves. Ling Han's attack had been blocked, but Feng Wuding's expression was still filled with a murderous aura. Ling Han actually dared not to give him face, and made a move on his subordinate right in front of him. Everyone retreated far away. The shockwave just now had caused a considerable number of people to be severely injured, so who would dare to approach blindly? Sealed Emotion also wanted to dodge, but that attack from Ling Han had been aimed at him. Even if it had been neutralized, he had still sustained more force. He was already severely injured, so how could he still move his body? He could only place his hopes on Feng Wuding's ability to block Ling Han's attack. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed. He casually sent out another palm strike, and it was still aimed at Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable. Boom! Fundamental power condensed, turning into a colossal hand that pressed down on Sealed Emotion. Ling Han, you have gone too far. Feng Wuding roared in fury. It was not because Ling Han was determined to kill Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable. In Feng Wuding's eyes, Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable was not that important that he would be angered by his death. Instead, it was because Ling Han had ignored him. This kind of feeling was the true root of his fury. Xiao, Feng Wuding charged downwards. As he continued to dispel Ling Han's attacks, he continued to attack Ling Han so that he would not have the time to make another move. Pang, the two great forces clashed once more, and then both were annihilated. However, the aftermath of the attack reverberated, causing another large portion of the city wall to collapse, turning into ruins. Pooh! Sealed Emotion threw up blood like mad. Even if Ling Han's attacks had not hit him, under the impact of the aftermath, he was still barely able to withstand it. He looked at Ling Han in shock. This definitely had to be deliberate on Ling Han's side. Looking around him, was there anyone else besides him? Was this guy trying to make him walk towards death in despair? His heart was filled with resentment. He actually had had a great many chances to kill Ling Han. When he had been in the celestial realm, that was needless to say. Even after he had gone to the flaming frost realm, he still had had a great many chances. However, because he had been wary of Zhou Hang and the others, he had not made a move. Afterwards, it had also been because of the news that Ling Han had been crippled, that he had not taken Ling Han seriously at all. A moment's mistake would lead to eternal regret. Feng Wuding finally arrived. He brandished his fists furiously, blasting towards Ling Han. Ling Han casually exchanged blows with him. At the same time, he could also attack Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable, forcing Feng Wuding to continuously dispel his attacks. Feng Wuding was clearly the one on the offensive, but he was completely flustered, appearing to be in a very sorry state. This kind of fierce battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Feng Wuding in such a state, everyone could only stare dumbfounded. Could it be that it was definite that Ling Han's strength would overwhelm Feng Wuding's? Otherwise, how could Feng Wuding be in such a sorry state? Those people from the Feng Alliance were all rendered speechless, and looked towards Sealed Emotion. Now, he had instead become the key to the battle between Ling Han and Feng Wuding. One wanted to kill him, and the other wanted to protect him. Whoever was stronger would be decided by whether Sealed Emotion was dead or alive. Regarding this, Sealed Emotion naturally wanted nothing more than to curse. Why were they treating him like a punching bag? Even if Feng Wuding had dispersed every attack from Ling Han, Sealed Emotion was still heavily injured under the shock waves of the aftermath. He would probably be dead in about 100 moves at most. How wronged would his death then be? In a battle between two great elites, he was sandwiched in the middle, and became cannon fodder. Even if he died, he would be an eternal joke. Sealed Emotion tried his best to leave this eye of the storm, but he had just mustered his remaining power when a shock wave swept over. Pang! The shock wave caused his whole body to tremble, and he spluttered out a mouthful of blood. His vision became completely black, and he almost passed out. Ling Han, fight me if you can. What's the point of using such means? Feng Wuding roared in fury. He thought that if he went all out in battle, he would definitely not lose to Ling Han. Ling Han had purposefully used Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable to impede him, preventing him from unleashing his full might in his attacks. Feng Wuding had once thought of giving up Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and focusing all his power on attack, but if he gave up on his own subordinate in full public, who would still follow him in the future? Hence, he could only try his best to protect Sealed Emotion, though from the look of things, Sealed Emotion was definitely done for. Ling Han ignored him. He didn't care about the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable. Similarly, he didn't care about Feng Wuding, either. He only cared about resolving his matters in the order of priority, and placed Feng Wuding as second place on his list of priorities. After battling for a few more rounds, Sealed Emotion was already in a tragic state. His limbs had already been forcefully destroyed by the terrifying power. Ling Han did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy. Previously, how many people of the celestial realm had been killed because of the selfish desires of Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable, Zhou Heavenly Venerable, and Green Flames Heavenly Venerable? Sympathy? Was Sealed Emotion worth it? Did he deserve it? Brother Ling, enough is enough. A gentle voice rang out. Lin Youlian appeared, advising Ling Han. Xiao Xiao. Xian Chihu, Wu Haoyang, and Bai Meifan also appeared in quick succession. 4 people with 7th-tier battle prowess. Yet Ling Han only acted as if he had not heard anything. Today, no one could stop him from killing Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and Feng Wuding. There was no one. Definitely no one. Chapter 3003. 3003 Might of a Single Strike. 3003 Might of a Single Strike. Ling Han attacked continuously, but did not use all his strength. He wanted to make Sealed Emotion breathe his last breath in despair and helplessness. Just how arrogant had this bastard been in the past? This was karma. Ling Han, stop. Xian Chihu called out. He was the first to move, and joined forces with Feng Wuding to stop Ling Han. Ling Han smiled calmly, and slightly increased his power, blocking the two great prodigies. Meanwhile, his other hand continued to attack Heavenly Venerable Sealed Emotion. Fuck! Witnessing such a scene, everyone's eyes were bulging. It didn't matter that they were not familiar with the battle prowess of a 7th tier. However, as long as they had eyes, they could easily tell that Ling Han was more than powerful enough to battle against two opponents at the same time. Otherwise, how could he still have the leisure to attack Heavenly Venerable Sealed Emotion? Feng Wuding and Xianqihu both roared in fury and tried their best, but it was useless. In front of Ling Han's power of peak stage 7th tier, even though it was only a difference of the late stage versus the peak stage of the 7th tier, there was still an incomparable gap. Pooh! Sealed Emotion sustained this blow, and blood spurted from all over his body. He could only exhale, and no longer inhale. If he sustained another blow, he would definitely die. Brother Ling, don't make a grave mistake. Lin Yulian also rushed over. In her heart, of course the importance of Ling Han surpassed the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerables. In fact, she didn't even know who the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable was. However, it was precisely because she valued Ling Han that she couldn't allow Ling Han to make such a grave mistake. Otherwise, if a question of principle was touched, no one would be able to save him. However, she did not know that Ling Han had actually already started a massacre long ago. Wu Haoyang moved as well. 4 people with 7th tier battle prowess had joined forces to fight Ling Han. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 prodigies worked together, and finally managed to block Ling Han. However, this was only just enough to tie with Ling Han, which was still not enough insurance. There were a few times that Ling Han almost broke out of the siege successfully, which rendered their blockade ineffective. Big brother, sorry. Bai Maifan also let out a battle cry and joined the battle. He hoped even less that Ling Han would stand on everyone's opposing side. After all, Ling Han was still not a 7th tier yet. If he really provoked all 7th tiers into joining forces against him, that would definitely be a path of death. Thus, Bai Maifan definitely had to stop Ling Han from committing murder. Ling Han revealed a slight smile. His fighting spirit had finally been roused. Come! Ling Han laughed loudly, and all the 7th grade seals channeled, instantly increasing his power by 2,000 times. Pang pang pang. He exchanged blows with Xianqihu and the others. With the protection of the powers of dimension, the rebound could not take effect on his body at all. His body was like a 7th tier's, indestructible and undying. With his display of might, Xianqihu and the others couldn't bear it anymore. They hurriedly channeled their respective strongest Heavenly Venerable seals, meeting Ling Han's attack. Suppress! Feng Wuding roared loudly. He released his dimensions, which created a powerful pressure. 100 lower-tier high-level dimensions appeared at the same time, forming a terrifying pressure. Even Xianqihu and the others were slightly affected. Ling Han cracked a smile. Since they have been released, don't take them back. He launched a powerful offensive, brandishing the fists of fury and unleashing his full power. With the strength of his present defenses, the pressure caused by the group of dimensions would not be the slightest bit effective on him. Ling Han forcefully grabbed a dimension, intending to snatch it away. Feng Wuding was both shocked and furious. If his dimension was really taken by Ling Han, then he would lose it forever. He hurriedly unleashed his full power, wanting to retrieve this dimension. In your dreams, Ling Han said coldly. A terrifying power surged, forcibly compressing this dimension, and shrinking it to the size of a palm. He grabbed it, and then threw it out heavily. Pang! This dimension directly assaulted the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable, as fast as a streak of light. Sealed Emotion was greatly shocked, and his eyes involuntarily widened, revealing a powerful fear. When this attack reached him, he would definitely die. He didn't want to die. After so many years of hard cultivation, he had cultivated from his initial level of the 1st tier to his present level of 4th tier, and he had only spent over an epoch. This talent was truly amazing. He still had higher hopes for himself. Perhaps he could reach the 5th tier or even 6th tier, but if he was hit by this attack, then everything would be for naught. But to say nothing of the fact that he was already heavily injured, even if his battle prowess was undamaged, What ability would he have to dodge or parry the attack of a 7th tier? He could only place his hopes on Feng Wuding and the others. However, could Feng Wuding and the others stop Ling Han? They couldn't. This blow was as fast as a streak of light, and Ling Han had even taken the initiative to attack, detaining all 5 elites so that they had no time to interfere. Pang! The dimension crushed the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable into pieces, and this dimension crashed into the city wall. The defense that could have blocked the attack of a 6th tier instantly crumbled, revealing a massive hole. As a result, this dimension also crumbled into over a dozen pieces, which continued to advance forwards. Because it had crumbled, the core power had gone berserk, and this dimension was beginning to grow larger. Just how large was a lower-tier high-level dimension? Boom! As it continued to charge forward, heaven and earth would truly collapse. Coincidentally, the base of Hysteria's troops was in that direction as well. So what if there was a distance of 5,000 kilometers between them? In less than the time for a single breath, these massive dimensional shards had already arrived. Those heavenly venerable tier monsters were completely unprepared. A calamity instantly arrived. With a single blow, this base no longer existed, and who knew how many of Hysteria's troops had been killed or wounded. Meanwhile, the remaining dimensional shards continued to fly forward, entering the territory controlled by Hysteria. As for what damage they could cause, that was only something that Hysteria needed to worry about. On the side of the profound negative realm, everyone was gaping and dumbfounded, stunned by Ling Han. Firstly, they were stunned because of Ling Han's strength. Even the battle prowess of 5 great elites with 7th tier battle prowess couldn't stop him from killing. Secondly, Ling Han was too brazen. As long as one wasn't a 7th tier, he wasn't truly invincible. He actually dared to kill people in the camp, and not just one at that. This time, he had really gotten into big trouble. Who would be able to save him? Feng Wuding's expression was baleful, and he did not make another move, because sealed emotion was already dead, and it looked like even if the 5 elites joined forces, they would not be able to suppress Ling Han, so what was the point of fighting? He pointed at Ling Han and said, "You have already caused a great calamity. Are you going to kneel down and be restrained, or should we act?" Ling Han cracked a smile. "I have no plans to be restrained, nor can I be restrained. There is still another person I have to kill." As he said this, he stared fixedly at Feng Wuding. He had tolerated this guy for long enough. Today, he was definitely going to kill him. Feng Wuding faltered for a moment, and then laughed loudly. "Ling Han, your opinion of yourself is too high. You still want to kill me?" "If I wish it, you will be a dead man," Ling Han said calmly, revealing a powerful confidence in his voice. "Ling Han, not only did you publicly commit murder in the encampment, you even damaged the city defense. What kind of serious crime is this?" Feng Wuding continued to rebuke Ling Han. On the other hand, Lin Yolian and the others all fell silent. As if to illustrate Feng Wuding's words, endless killing intent rushed over, and a large number of Hysteria's troops surged over from all directions. Chapter 3004 3004 Attaining Godhood in a Single Battle. 3004 Attaining Godhood in a Single Battle. Everyone was shocked. Hysteria's army had actually charged over. This was too sudden. Furthermore, their city walls had all been destroyed, and their defenses had been greatly reduced, while there was a new type of monster added to Hysteria's army. It could self-explode and deliver peak stage 7th tier destructive power at any time. It would cause terrifying damage to both humans and the environment. If one wanted to deal with this kind of monster, they would have to detect it from a very far distance away, and then use a long-distance attack to cause it to self-explode. This kind of monster had astonishing destructive power, but its own defenses were extremely weak. Even 2nd tiers or 3rd tiers could easily kill them. Hence, if this kind of monster was discovered and destroyed in advance, it would explode within the ranks of Hysteria's army, and instead cause great damage to Hysteria's army. The problem was that they were too difficult to detect. Moreover, such monsters were actually hidden among the masses of Hysteria's army, which were as vast as an ocean. It was almost impossible to destroy them in advance. Now, their troops were at the foot of the city wall. "Engage the enemy!" Lin Yolian, Xian Chihu, and the others all issued orders. Meanwhile, Feng Wuding glared at Ling Han, and said sharply, "Just look at what you've done. Humph, even if you have the battle prowess of a 7th tier, you can't do as you please like this. He was going to try his best to add charges to Ling Han's name. Otherwise, the battle prowess of a 7th tier was practically invincible, so someone like that naturally had to be preserved at all costs in order to fight against hysteria. Thus, he definitely had to name Ling Han as someone who couldn't be exempted even if he had performed a great merit. For example, in the present situation, if innumerable heavenly venerates died because of Ling Han, then Lin Luo, Zhou Hang, and the others wouldn't be able to defend Ling Han even if they wanted to. Otherwise, just the death of sealed emotion heavenly venerable would not be enough. Ling Han smiled calmly. Of course, I have done a good deed. I have drawn all of Hysteria's troops here, and they can be destroyed in one go. You are indeed Hysteria's subordinate, Feng Wuding said through gritted teeth. This crime was a huge one indeed. Once it was confirmed that Ling Han was Hysteria's subordinate, then all the 7th tiers would do their best to kill him. Trash. Barking all day long like a dog. Ling Han scoffed and said, Fine, I'll deal with those ugly guys outside first, then come and take your head. Xueqi charged out. At this moment, Ling Han didn't need to worry about anything. Even if the 7th tiers joined forces to suppress him, he wouldn't be afraid. However, he wasn't someone who didn't have a bottom line and couldn't differentiate between right and wrong. Of course, Feng Wuding had to be killed. However, Ling Han definitely couldn't allow this to be the reason for the entire barrier to be buried alongside him. There was no need to rush. In any case, Feng Wuding couldn't run away. Ling Han faced Hysteria's troops, who were now charging over like a tsunami, directly. Previously, he had killed at least 90% of Hysteria's army by tossing out the dimension, but even if only 10% was left, this number was still astonishingly great, covering the sky and the earth, and forming a dark mass. Ling Han was calm and unperturbed. He stretched out his right hand, and Wang power condensed, turning into a light orb that flickered with a strange brilliance, rippling like water. Go! He tossed the ball of light casually. It wasn't until the light orb had reached the depths of Hysteria's army that it came to a standstill. Explode, Ling Han said softly. Boom, the light orb instantly detonated, and a terrifying wave of energy exploded, sweeping out in all directions. Pang pang pang. Wherever the energy storm surged past, Hysteria's troops were all turned into ashes. So what if they were 6 tiers? They were completely unable to withstand a single blow. Ling Han's hand moved continuously, throwing out one light orb after another. He was condensing the power of all his dimensions, which was equivalent to the bombardment of a small Genesis world, so the might was naturally terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Hysteria's army instantly suffered a calamity, especially when one of the light balls killed an exploding monster, causing the latter to also explode with destructive power at the peak stage of the 7th tier. 2 energy storms at the peak stage of the 7th tier clashed with each other, either annihilating or strengthening, creating an even more terrifying destructive effect. After Ling Han had unleashed several hundred light orbs, the entire Hysteria's army were only left with merely less than 1,000. They were once again killed off by Ling Han swiftly. With a snap of his fingers, every one of the monsters was being annihilated. In an instant, they all fell down from the skies. Thus far, Hysteria's army was completely wiped out, and none of them even rushed to the top of the city walls. At this moment, complete silence fell upon the entire place, and everyone could only look at Ling Han with shock. Out of all the heroes of the world, who else could it be but him? He was just one person, and with a single move, millions and millions of Hysteria's troops were turned into ashes. He was like a stabilizing force. Even the mountains couldn't be shaken. As long as he was here, what need was there for the city walls? One person was comparable to an army of thousands. He was unlike the 7th tier ultimate elites. If they fought here, the 7th tier would be damaging regulations. They themselves would cause damage to heaven and earth, which would be equivalent to helping Hysteria. Thus, in this level of the battlefield, people with the battle prowess of 7th tier like Lin Yulian, Feng Wuding, and the others were more practical than real 7th tiers even if their strength was inferior. And Ling Han was even more awesome, being able to deal with an entire army all by himself. There really was no one else like him. Ling Han turned around and faced the people inside the city wall. His black robes fluttered, as if he was about to leave swiftly with the wind. There was complete silence. No one could speak. They were completely captivated. Ling Han, even if you... Boom, Feng Wuding was just about to reprimand Ling Han when the entire area exploded with cheers like thunder. It was as if everyone had gone mad, looking at Ling Han with infatuation. At this moment, they all thought of Ling Han as a god that could save them all. Standing proudly as one man, accepting the cheers of tens of thousands of heavenly venerates. In comparison, whether it was Lin Yolian, Wu Haoyang, Xian Chihu, Feng Wuding, or Bai Maifan, they all paled in comparison. This was like a stone being compared against a precious jade. One would be able to distinguish which was the bright and dazzling one with a single glance. At the borders, Ling Han alone was enough. When Feng Wuding saw this, he couldn't help but feel endless jealousy. He was the son of destiny, he was the one. The one who was currently receiving the cheers and admiration of these 10 million people should have been him, and not Ling Han. However, not only were the people of the Genesis world filled with admiration towards Ling Han, but even the seeds from the previous generation were also the same. They didn't even cast a second glance at him, the alliance leader of the Feng Alliance. He gritted his teeth in hatred, flames of fury shooting from his eyes. With such a great merit, and such an important capability, who would agree to execute Ling Han? Could it be that this great mountain would be resting above his head for the rest of his life? Could it be that he would have to live in Ling Han's shadow for an eternity? He wanted to kill. 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 Ling Han pressed his hands down, and everyone's voices instantly disappeared. They all raised their heads to look at him, their eyes exuding admiration. It was as if with a single command from Ling Han, they would be willing to attack cities and strongholds for Ling Han's sake. In fact, they would be unafraid even if they had to counterattack Hysteria's main camp. When Feng Wuding saw this, he almost died in fury. He had relied on his identity as the son of destiny and the might of 5 7th-tier ultimate elites, but it only made the seeds of the Genesis world of the last era unite around him and obey his commands. However, look at Ling Hanha became the undisputed leader after just one battle. Chapter 3005 3005 Pinnacle Defense 3005 Pinnacle Defense. Ling Han looked coldly at Feng Wuding. Feng Wuding naturally wouldn't back down. He also looked back at Ling Han. With the two men looking at each other so affectionately, it was very likely that the masses who were not aware of what was really going on between them would think that there was some kind of indescribable love affair between them, but those people only had to observe the killing intent that was exuding from them, and they would know that there was only one kind of relationship between the two of them, and that was deadly rivalry. Feng Wuding. I've said it before, you're going to die today. Ling Han said calmly. When these words fell, everyone was greatly shocked. Although killing sealed emotion, Yilong, Huang Feng, and so on were serious crimes, Ling Han had displayed sufficient strength, and thus possessed privileges that were above the law. He could destroy Hysteria's army with a single move. This kind of talent was too important, and was definitely not someone that a few 4th tiers or 3rd tiers could exchange for. However, Feng Wuding was different. He was the son of destiny, having obtained the inheritance of the Genesis world of the last era, and was the key to destroying Hysteria. One could only resist Hysteria's attacks, while the other could destroy Hysteria. Who would you say was more important? Hence, if Ling Han really killed Feng Wuding, the matter would become serious. Moreover, Lin Yolian and the others wouldn't allow Ling Han to do this. They would definitely try everything in their abilities to stop him. Humph, do you think you're even worthy? Feng Wuding said haughtily. Ling Han shook his head. What bullshit T son of destiny? Since long ago, he had not believed that Feng Wuding was some son of destiny, because there was nothing special about him. Yes, 100 dimensions could indeed crush any prodigy. For example, Lin Yolian and the others had only created 2 dimensions in their bodies. However, when compared with Ling Han, 100 dimensions were practically trash. Even if Feng Wuding was allowed to reach the 7th tier, would he be able to match Hysteria? Absolutely not. Thinking about it, it was very simple. Hysteria had similarly never stopped cultivating, and furthermore, it was endlessly devouring dimensions. Its abilities were constantly strengthening, so what basis did Feng Wuding have to think that his rate of cultivation could surpass Hysteria's? others would have an end to their cultivation, and that was why they could be surpassed. But faced with an existence that had no limits and kept improving, how were they supposed to surpass it? And Feng Wuding called himself the son of destiny. You dare to slander me? Feng Wuding said balefully. He had really tolerated Ling Han enough. Bullshit. I'll kill you and see what the heavens will do, Ling Han said calmly. With a flash, he was already charging towards Feng Wuding. There was a sequence of killing, and now it was Feng Wuding's turn. Feng Wuding naturally had to accept the challenge. He wasn't an indestructible 7th tier, so how could he dare to let Ling Han attack him randomly? He would battle. Unfortunately, once Ling Han became serious, how could Feng Wuding possibly be a match for him? Very soon, he was being suppressed, and it would only be a matter of time before he was killed. Ling Han, Xianqihu and the others, a group of 4 with battle prowess of 7th tier, hurriedly rushed forwards to attack Ling Han together to decrease the suppression on Feng Wuding. Ling Han humphed as he channeled his powers of dimension into an invincible defense. He then ignored the attacks of Xianqihu and the others, and simply targeted Feng Wuding. Xianqihu and the others didn't know that Ling Han's defenses were already of the 7th tier. Seeing that he actually let go and allowed them to attack as they liked, they couldn't help but cease their attacks and send them elsewhere. What surprised Ling Han was the fact that Lin Yolian, Bai Maifan, and Wu Haoyang acted in the nick of time, which he could understand. However, Xianqihu actually forced himself to stop in time, which he found to be odds. It was too strange. However, even if the 4 of them had ceased attacking, there were still some micro-attacks that swept over towards Ling Han. After all, 7th tier attacks were too fast, so how could they possibly be withdrawn all at once? However, when these attacks landed on Ling Han, they didn't even hurt a single hair on Ling Han's head, and yet they still had some effect. After all, it was the power of 7th tiers, which managed to slow down the speed at which Ling Han pounced, and allowed Feng Wuding the chance to retreat. What? Lin Yolian and the others were all shocked. Even if the attacks that landed on Ling Han were only a part of their full-blown attacks, a 7th tier was still a 7th tier, so how could their attacks possibly be taken head-on? However, Ling Han was completely unscathed. What the heck was this? 7th tier defense. Xianqihu spat out word for word. Although Lin Yolian and the others didn't want to believe it, facts spoke louder than words. Heavens, for a 5th tier heavenly venerate to possess 7th tier battle prowess was already inconceivable, but to actually have a physique of 7th tier, was this person still a 5th tier? Hiss, this time Ling Han had really gained the confidence to ignore the rules. Even if he was out of control, so what? He was immortal and indestructible, so who could discipline him? It wasn't just them. The spectators around them had also gotten numb with shock. How could Ling Han possibly be as strong as this? Even though Feng Wuding thought he was extraordinary, he still felt a strong chill rise up from the bottom of his heart. The opponent whom he was facing was a true 7th tier. Both his opponent's power and defense had reached the pinnacle of the world, and he could neither be killed nor wounded, while Feng Wuding's only fate was to be pummeled by his opponent. This kind of battle was absolutely unfair. Ling Han merely stared at Feng Wuding and asked calmly, "Who else wants to stop me?" "Brother Ling, please reconsider. Feng Wuding is the son of destiny of the Genesis world of the last era. It is very possible that he is key to eliminating hysteria," Lin Yolian said seriously. She naturally still wanted to persuade him. This time, what she was worried about was not Ling Han's safety, but the overall situation. Ling Han laughed. "This so-called son of destiny is only a claim from Chong Yen and the others, and I am filled with doubt about their words. A dignified ultimate elite of the 7th tier would actually lie, and through his own observations and the theory of the world's will, Ling Han had confirmed that Feng Wuding was definitely not some son of destiny. It was extremely likely that Chong Yen and the others were hiding their own secrets. The 7th tiers were absolutely tight-lipped about the secret, which might be a shockingly huge conspiracy. "Big brother, it's better to stop," Bai Maifan also advised. Ling Han shook his head and pointed at Feng Wuding. "I already said, I will definitely kill him today." Feng Wuding was furious. Was Ling Han really treating him like a meat bun? He humphed. "Ling Han, do you think it would be so easy for you to kill me?" "You'll naturally find out when you die," Ling Han said calmly. At this moment, Feng Wuding was no longer worthy of being his opponent from the very beginning. He hadn't taken Feng Wuding to heart. Ling Han charged out, throwing punches with both fists, and furiously attacking Feng Wuding. Feng Wuding, Lin Yolyan, and the others moved in quick succession. The 5 with 7th tier battle prowess joined hands together once again to stop Ling Han from committing a crime. But could they really stop him? Now that the battle had begun, Xueqi and the others naturally had no qualms. They went all out, but after a few moves, they finally knew why a real 7th tier was so impressive and awesome. He was immortal and indestructible. When their attacks landed on Ling Han's body, they only caused a spattering of multiple streaks of light, and were completely unable to wound Ling Han in the slightest. However, they had to disperse Ling Han's attacks, or they would be severely injured even if the attacks were to scrape past them. This kind of battle was too unfair. Ling Han only needed to attack, and could use his full abilities, while Feng Wuding and the others could only ward off his attacks, suffering indescribably. Chapter 3006. 3006 Escape. 3006 Escape. A massive battle erupted between 6 powerful individuals possessing the battle prowess of the 7th tier. It was an astonishing sight. Boom, boom, boom. The city walls crumbled one after another as the entire camp was reduced to rubble. Countless fissures blanketed the earth. Despite being held back by the joint efforts of 5 7th tier battle prowess wielding elites, Ling Han still had the upper hand and took most of the initiative. He was unperturbed by the attacks of Xueqi and the others, focusing solely on Feng Wuding. Pang pang pang. Every attack that landed on him would turn into specks of light. On the other hand, the 5 prodigies needed to focus all their efforts to face his attack. This was a tough battle for Xueqi and the others. Against an enemy that they couldn't kill or damage, there was nothing left to feel but despair. Fortunately, their attacks were still capable of pushing Ling Han back. Else, Feng Wuding would have long perished by now. Even so, Feng Wuding had also suffered several blows and sustained relatively severe injuries. He spat out blood. This was too shocking. If things were to continue, there would be a high chance of him being killed by Ling Han. What should I do? He wasn't willing to die. After all, he already possessed a 7th tier's battle prowess while at the 5th tier. Who would be able to challenge him once he advanced to the 6th or 7th tier? He had so much potential ahead of him. How could he die this early? Feng Wuding clenched his teeth and ran away. He could no longer continue with this battle. That would simply be suicidal. Ling Han gave chase, but Lin Yolyan and the others tried their best to stop him and help Feng Wuding seize the chance to survive. You cannot stop me, Ling Han barked, releasing the power of the few 100,000 dimensions stored inside him and generating a tremendous pressure. Boom! The surrounding area sank several dozen kilometers into the ground, compressing the earth tightly together. Xueqi and the others grunted in pain as their faces paled. After all, they were not true 7th tiers yet. Against such an overbearing pressure, it was normal for them to feel pain. Ling Han rushed out and sent a punch. Feng Wuding didn't turn back to look. He quickly released all 4 types of fundamental powers to form 4 wings of dark steel. Condensing his power of dimension into thrust, he flapped his wings and sped up ahead. Boom! Ling Han's attack couldn't catch up to him, and missed its mark. With a scoff, Ling Han also charged full speed ahead behind Feng Wuding. He channeled all the power in his body and increased his speed. Lin Yolyan and the others were also hot on their heels behind them. At this rate, in another hour or maybe even less, Ling Han would catch up with Feng Wuding. Where could Feng Wuding possibly run off to? The answer was simple. Who else would be able to stop Ling Han in this entire universe? That would be the true 7th tier elites. The only defense against an indestructible body and an insurmountable strength was someone who benefited from those same advantages. Feng Wuding was trying to escape into a different spatial level and seek out Chong Yen and the others on the main battlefield. Only those 5 powerhouses would be able to save him now. This was the realm battlefield, and even though there was a spatial barrier between the 2 places, the distance was not far. In less than 15 minutes, Feng Wuding managed to reach the entrance to the next spatial level. He didn't hesitate before diving headlong into the main battlefield. Ling Han was right behind him. He also rushed in without any sort of hesitation. After a while, Xueqi and the rest appeared. After taking a slight pause, the four of them ultimately decided to rush into the main battlefield as well. This place was too dangerous as Hysteria's main body could be found here. It possessed strength that surpassed even the pinnacle of 7th tiers because it had cultivated its powers of dimension to an impossibly high level. This allowed it to suppress the 6 types of fundamental powers. Without an indestructible body, no one would be able to receive a single blows. Hence, those that were in the main battlefield were all 7th tiers in the truest sense. But in order to stop Ling Han, Xueqi and the others didn't have the time to worry about the dangers. They were mildly consoled by the fact that there were still 14 7th tiers fighting back against Hysteria over here. Feng Wuding was running as fast as he could. He was already able to sense the terrifying pressure of Hysteria. This meant that its main body was already close by, and with it Chongyan and the others as well. He sent out a signal with his spirit to ask the 5 elites to come and save him. However, Ling Han had already closed in on him, and was launching a furious punch. Feng Wuding had to parry this blow. Otherwise, before Chongyan and the others could come save him, Ling Han would already put a hole in his chest. Pang! 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 The two of them engaged in an intense battle. However, without Xueqi and the others holding Ling Han back, Feng Wuding quickly found himself on the precipice of life and death. In the distance, Chongyan and the others were in shock. They all received the help signal from Feng Wuding. Not good. Their expressions drastically changed as they immediately stopped what they were doing. What's wrong with you all? Bai Fan asked. Hysteria was even more powerful now. Even with 14 7th tiers joining hands, they were having difficulty stopping its progression. And with the 5 of them suddenly stopping, the pressure felt by the rest instantly surged. Chongyan and the others didn't bother to give a response, and just up and left. As they departed, Lin Luo and the rest were immediately pushed back over 500 kilometers from their defensive line. The 5 elites rushed off as though Feng Wuding was their own flesh and blood. No, not even their own child would see such preferential treatment. They quickly rushed towards Feng Wuding. Given the vision of 7th tiers, they quickly noticed 2 people locked in battle up ahead. One of them was Feng Wuding, the other was Ling Han. Ling Han. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was furious. Ling Han was the only person who ever left a mark of shame in his life. And now, Ling Han was trying to kill Feng Wuding. Do you know what Feng Wuding symbolizes? Boom. Not just Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, but even Chongyan and the rest were speeding up as much as they could. They could see that Feng Wuding was already at the end of his ropes. Brat, stop at once. Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper yelled. Boom. His voice carried a powerful wave of energy, causing the space to crumble and shatter. Fortunately, this was the main area of conflict on the 2-realm battlefield. As such, the heaven and earth had long been destroyed. Even if the space continued to shatter, no more damage could be inflicted. Xueqi and the rest were also finally closing in from behind. Feng Wuding was overjoyed to see help closing in from both sides. He was definitely safe now. Ling Han, you can't kill me. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. He boasted. Giving lip was about the most he could do at this point. Is that so? Ling Han scoffed. Releasing the energy from the several 100,000 dimensions stored inside him, he formed a terrifying mass of power, and punched forth with all his anger and killing intent. Pang! The fist turned to light as it landed on Feng Wuding's chest. A pillar of light then pierced through his chest, coming out from the back. Brat! Chongyan and the others were already upon Ling Han, unleashing their strongest attacks on him. Ling Han protected himself against their blows. Even though his defenses had already reached the 7th tier, he would still likely be suppressed when facing a 7th tier's attack. This was not the result he wanted. You think too highly of yourself. Chongyan and the rest scoffed. How could a mere 5th tier Heavenly Venerate dare to face all 5 of them alone and challenge their true 7th tier strength? Was that not just courting death? Pang pang pang. However, when the attacks landed, the 5 ultimate elites couldn't help revealing expressions of shock. Ling Han blocked their attacks as though it was nothing. It didn't seem like he took any damage at all. Gasp. Could this kid be a 7th tier already? Chapter 3007. 3007 killed. 3007 killed. Chong Yen and the others all wore expressions of disbelief. For a 5th tier to possess 7th tier battle prowess was already a historical feat, but at least there was a Feng Wooding that could compare. But now, Ling Han actually possessed the defense of a 7th tier, which was terrifying. This meant that Ling Han had truly crossed into the ranks of big shots. From now onwards, he would be immortal and indestructible, and there was no need for him to take anyone seriously or take them to heart. In fact, even if the Genesis world was destroyed, and hysteria conquered the world, he would not die, and could still live freely. Having reached this level, what was there for him to be afraid of? Ah! Feng Wooding screamed in pain. Chong Yen and the others all looked over. At first, they had not taken Feng Wooding's injury to heart. After all, this blow had not struck his mind, so there would be no life-threatening danger. Thus, hearing Feng Wooding's screams, they all felt slight disdain. You have 7th tier battle prowess, for better or worse, so how could you scream like this? However, when they could see Feng Wooding clearly, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Feng Wooding's whole body was glowing, as if there was a small sun inside his body. This wasn't caused by him, but rather happened because the power of Ling Han's attack hadn't dissipated at all. Instead, it was beginning to wreak havoc inside his body. Ah! Feng Wooding screamed again. His limbs were stretched straight, and his mouth was gaping widely. Boom! Pillars of light shot out of all his apertures, endless power gushing out. Visibly, his skin was beginning to split apart, blood spurting out. No! Chong Yen and the others were all shocked. They could sense that Feng Wooding's life essence was boiling, and rushing towards an inconceivable height. This was extremely abnormal. When one had reached their heights, everything was within a controllable range. Now that Feng Wooding's life essence was boiling, it was even more vigorous than that of the 5 of them added together. This was not because Feng Wooding's strength had soared to an inconceivable extent, but rather because there was a great disorder in his bodily functions. Someone with 7th tier battle prowess would actually lose control of his body. There was only one possibility for this: Feng Wooding was about to die, and that was why the phenomenon of losing control had appeared. They had placed too much hope on Feng Wooding, and it was not as simple as merely hoping that he would destroy hysteria. If Feng Wooding died, their hopes would naturally come to nothing. The 5 of them hurriedly shot out a palm strike each, and pressed it on Feng Wooding's body, wanting to forcefully suppress the disorder in his body. Emptiness because all the organs in his body had been destroyed, and chaos because his body was filled with boiling power, wreaking havoc and surging. The 5 of them hurriedly poured their power into Feng Wooding's mind. Then they all looked despondent. That was because Feng Wooding's mind had already been destroyed, and his spirit had also been destroyed. There were only slivers left, still struggling desperately. However, no matter what was attempted, Feng Wooding's death was already a closed case. If he did not have such a high cultivation level, and was only a celestial king, the 5 great ultimate elites might still be able to defy nature and change his fate, forcefully extending his lifespan, but it could not be done now. Heavenly venerates were despised by the heaven and earth. It would all end with their deaths, and there was no chance for them to start over again. Save me! Save me! Feng Wooding hadn't died completely yet, and there was still a remnant soul fluttering, reaching out shakily towards the 5 ultimate elites, filled with a longing for life. Chong Yen and the others were all indifferent, and ignored him completely. A living Feng Wooding was extremely important, but if he was dead, ho-ho, who would take him to heart? Did he really think that Chong Yen and the others treasured him so much because they prized his talent? Faced with the incredibly cold expressions of Chong Yen and the others, Feng Wooding was filled with despair. In fact, he even felt a kind of resentment. Why won't you guys save me? Why was it like this? He looked at Ling Han again. This person had said that he would kill him today, and it was clear that Ling Han succeeded. Feng Wooding was filled with defiance. He was a supreme prodigy, so why did the heavens still give birth to Ling Han to compete with him? In fact, they even allowed him to die in Ling Han's hands. If he had another chance, would he still make an enemy of Ling Han? In truth, was there really an irresolvable enmity between the 2 of them? Feng Wooding asked himself honestly, yet discovered that the enmity between himself and Ling Han had been completely started by him alone. Furthermore, Ling Han had repeatedly spared him, and had only robbed him. He regretted it, but this had also become his last thought. Pang! His body exploded, while his remnant soul turned into ashes, and then disappeared. Instantly, astonishing life essence surged towards Ling Han, turning into majestic energy. Brat! Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen stared fixedly at Ling Han, his killing intent boiling. I'm not deaf, so I can hear you, Ling Han said calmly. His body was passively absorbing that energy, causing his cultivation level to experience a very significant increase. Feng Wuding was equivalent to a 7th tier Heavenly Venerate. You ruined our hopes. Even if we shatter you into pieces, it will not be able to appease the hatred in our hearts. Shatter Mountain said, his black locks billowing in the wind. He had gone mad with fury. Previously, his doppelganger had been destroyed by Ling Han. Though he had also been very furious back then, that could not compare to how he was now. Ling Han chuckled. Which one of you is Feng Wuding's illegitimate father? But looking at the anxious expressions on your faces, it seems like all of you are his fathers. You're courting death. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains roared furiously, and was the first to attack. Boom, he used the power of millions and millions, and blasted it towards Ling Han. Ling Han let out a battle cry, and began exchanging blows with Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains without showing any weakness. Pang! 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 Space exploded continuously. The collision between peak stage 7th tiers had extremely terrifying destructive power. Xiao xiao xiao. Another few figures swept over. Naturally, it was Lin Luo, Zhou Hang, and the other 7th tier ultimate elites. When they saw Ling Han was presently in an intense fight with Shatter Mountains, everyone's eyes widened slightly. Ling Han was actually capable of matching the battle prowess of a peak stage 7th tier. This was too inconceivable. This brat clearly had not advanced to the 7th tier, so how could his physique be so strong as to be capable of facing a 7th tier head-on? A big shot. Another big shot had appeared among them. He was immortal and indestructible, and could exist for eternity. He could not be killed, whoever his opponent was. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, it was impossible. Meanwhile, Golden Silk Moth's expression was strange. His mouth was half-gaping, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He had been suppressed by Ling Han. This was a humiliation that could never be erased, but now his battle prowess was only at the middle stage of the 7th tier, while Ling Han was at the peak of the 7th tier. The only thing Golden Silk Moth was proud of was his physique, but Ling Han had caught up with him in that aspect as well. Was there still a chance for revenge? 7th tier should be able to look down on heaven and earth and be omnipotent. This kind of helpless begrudging made him extremely lost for words. Boom! Right at this moment, an even more powerful aura appeared, far surpassing any 7th tier. In fact, even all the 7th tiers added together couldn't compare. Hysteria had appeared. Without anyone to restrain it, it naturally had to take advantage of the opening to butt in. Schwa, it threw out a tentacle, which whipped towards them. This was practically like a transcendent dimension slapping towards them. No, it was not like just a single transcendent dimension, but rather several of them. Chapter 3008. 3008 Weakness. 3008 Weakness. When this attack came, Lin Luo and the others hurriedly parried. At the same time, Xin Chihu and the other 6th tiers broke into a run and fled. They didn't even have the courage to withstand a single strike. This wasn't because they lacked courage. Rather, it was because they would definitely die if they faced this attack head-on. Hysteria's strength had already surpassed the peak stage of the 7th tier, and could even be considered to have reached the 8th tier. Without cultivating an indestructible body, taking it head-on would definitely result in death. Yet Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains acted as if he had not seen anything, and was still attacking Ling Han madly. He knew that he would not be able to kill Ling Han, but the hope that he had been anticipating endlessly had suddenly shattered. How could he suppress the fury in his heart? In any case, he had an indestructible body, so what did it matter that he was willful? Moreover, since his hope had already been extinguished, how could he still have any intention of opposing Hysteria? What did it matter whether the Genesis world was destroyed or not? What did it have to do with him? Pang! Hysteria's attack landed, and all the 7th tiers were sent flying. No one could face it head-on. After swallowing the flaming frost realm, Hysteria's strength had reached the point that it could crush the combined power of all the 7th tiers. Puh! Ling Han couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but feel shocked. The defense that he had cultivated was capable of withstanding several hundred attacks from a 7th tier, but with a single blow from Hysteria, it immediately shattered. The strength of Hysteria was unimaginable. Shatter Mountain's gaze swept over, and he couldn't help but reveal a cold smirk. So, it turns out that you are not truly immortal and indestructible. He had also suffered the attack of Hysteria, but had only been sent flying. His body itself was unwounded. But in Ling Han's case, his face had clearly turned pale, and he had even spat out blood. This was definitely not a genuine undying body. I understand now. Your defense is only super strong. As long as this limit is not broken, you will be able to endlessly replenish this defense, but if the power is overwhelming enough, this defense will not be able to withstand a single blow, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain said. This was basically accurate, as expected of an ultimate elite of 7th tier. Since you're not immortal, just die. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains charged over again, slashing with both hands, and condensing the 6 fundamental powers, which turned into indestructible sharp blades. Ling Han humphed, and brandished his fists in a furious counterattack. Boom! The two people exchanged blows. A powerful shock wave reverberated out, yet neither was wounded. Ling Han had already set up his defenses again. This kind of impact was naturally no big deal. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains narrowed his eyes. Though he had seen through the weakness of Ling Han's defense, seeing through it was one matter, and being able to break through it was another. Truth be told, he couldn't break through it. However, Hysteria could. He immediately had an idea. When Hysteria delivered another attack, he would hold Ling Han back so that Ling Han would not have the chance to escape. Pang! Under the crushing force, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was naturally sent flying. But not only was Ling Han sent flying, he was even throwing up blood continuously, looking quite terrible. Ha ha ha, brat, I'll take your life. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains charged back, and the 6 fundamental powers turned into a battle spear that ruthlessly stabbed towards Ling Han. Ling Han frowned upon seeing this. He wasn't afraid of Shatter Mountains, but Hysteria was far too powerful, so much so that it could penetrate his defenses. Thus, he would be at a huge disadvantage if he started a battle here. He very much wanted to kill Chong Yan and his group, but to say nothing of the fact that his physique had not reached the true level of indestructibility, even if it had, he would not have been able to suppress Chong Yan and his group. Hence, if they continued to fight, it would be meaningless. He should leave. At present, his main priority was still to increase his cultivation level. As long as he advanced to the 6th tier, he would definitely be able to defeat Shatter Mountains and the other bastards, and if he advanced to the 7th tier, even if his power was not enough to kill these 5 people, it would be more than enough to suppress them. Once he had made up his mind, he turned around and left without hesitation. Hysteria, however, clearly planned to kill Ling Han here as well. A long tentacle flew over, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying might. Ling Han ran quickly, but Shatter Mountains charged towards him from the sidelines, brandishing his battle spear to stab at Ling Han. This couldn't hurt him, but it was enough to stop him, allowing Hysteria to wield the true executioner's blade. Fuck, so despicable. Ling Han thought. Shatter Mountains had actually joined forces with Hysteria to persecute him. He was truly shameless to the extreme. A figure appeared, blocking in front of Ling Han. Then, he moved, meeting Hysteria's attack. Lin Luo. Pang. Without any suspense, Lin Luo couldn't block this blow at all, and was immediately sent flying. However, with this block, the power of this blow finally decreased sharply, and when it hit Ling Han's body, the power had decreased several hundred times. Ling Han was sent flying, but this time he was completely unscathed. Others might not know, but Ling Han himself knew. The defense on his body had weakened by close to 90%. Which also meant that even if Hysteria's might was weakened a few hundred times, it still possessed the ability to threaten him. Senior Lin, Senior Zhou, Senior Chu, I'll take my leave first. Ling Han said. However, he didn't slow down in the slightest, moving as quick as lightning. If he stayed here, he would be in great danger. Die! Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains also set out in a rapid pursuit, but was again blocked by Lin Luo. Chong Yan and the others were hot in pursuit, while Bai Fan, Xi and Fu, and Heavenly Venerate Blood Rainbow joined forces to stop the 4 ultimate elites. All of them were undying and indestructible, and attacked without any reservations. As for 10,000 Shadows and Golden Silk Moth, to say nothing of Zhou Hang and Chu Hao, even if they weren't there, would they dare to target Ling Han? Especially so for Golden Silk Moth, the shadow in his heart was as large as a mountain. 10,000 Shadows' first reaction upon seeing Ling Han was to turn around and run. With such a block, Ling Han naturally escaped. Schwa, but the most terrifying was still Hysteria. When a tentacle waved out, it was more terrifying than anything else. Ling Han didn't take it head-on. Ling Han unleashed all of his power, and pushed it to the extreme. He was running in front, while a long tentacle was pursuing him from behind. It was as if there was no limit to it, and it could stretch out endlessly, right until it reached him. The distance between the two was slowly narrowing. Whether in the void or a dimension, Hysteria's speed and power were #1 in the world, and there was no other that could match it. Ling Han's expression did not change in the slightest. His expression was solemn, and he merely concentrated on running quickly. Ahead of them, the passageway to the realm battlefield had appeared. Once he entered it, he would be in the territory of the profound negative realm. It would have a massive suppression on Hysteria and greatly weaken its power. At that time, it would not be difficult for Ling Han to take another blow from Hysteria. When he was less than 5 kilometers away from that passage, Hysteria's attack reached him. Its tentacles surpassed him slightly, and then struck backward harshly. Not only did this strike possess frightening might, it was also going to send Ling Han into the realm battlefield. Obviously, Hysteria also knew that if Ling Han escaped into the profound negative realm, it would no longer be able to kill this young man. Ling Han did not enter into the void. That was the main battlefield of Hysteria. Before he could tear another rip into the void, he would definitely be entangled by Hysteria, right until his death. He roared loudly, and his figure shot up quickly. Chapter 3009 3009 Safety Line 3009 Safety Line. Ling Han leaped up and unleashed his full power of dimension at this instant, forming a formidable shield. Pang! Even though he took the best course of action, he was still struck by Hysteria's tentacle and immediately sent flying. Fortunately, he flew toward the exit of the realm battlefield. Ling Han bared his teeth. After facing this strike, fractures appeared on all of his hundreds of thousands of low-tier high-level dimensions. They were severely damaged, and it was necessary for him to repair them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was possible that they would all collapse and disappear. Even though he could already regrow these dimensions now, just how long would it take to nurture these many low-tier high-level dimensions? Moreover, the Genesis world of the last era had completely disappeared already, so where would he find so much energy to extract? Whoosh! Hysteria launched another attack at Ling Han, and Ling Han also unleashed his own power. Pang! Ling Han radiated with a brilliant glow as he was sent tumbling out of the realm battlefield. Hysteria's tentacles flew out after him, yet they were forcefully suppressed by the profound negative realm, which caused their might to fall drastically. Pang 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 pang! Lin Yulian and 3 other elites were waiting at this exit, and they all unleashed a barrage of attacks at Hysteria. In normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single strike from Hysteria. With the help of the profound negative realm, however, a large majority of Hysteria's power was suppressed, allowing them to just barely block its strikes. However, the 4 powerful elites were still sent flying, with their faces becoming pale and their bodies shaking with exertion. Rumble! Thunder furiously rolled across the sky, and it was as if a mysterious power were being wielded. This was the will of the profound negative realm. If Hysteria had been only an ordinary elite, then this will of heaven and earth would have only suppressed it, and not directly targeted it. However, since Hysteria was also a dimension, this was a completely different story altogether. This was a battle between dimensions, so the profound negative realm would naturally unleash its full power. Hysteria didn't attack again, and it lightly waved its tentacles before shrinking back. With a whoosh, it vanished without a trace. Ling Han picked himself up with great difficulty. At the same time, the will of the profound negative realm also started to dissipate. This will barely had any consciousness, and it would only appear for a short while when hysteria ran over to provoke it. Ling Han possessed a wisp of power that was unique to this world, and he had already cultivated this power into a low-tier high-level dimension. This was a dimension that was directly related to the profound negative realm. Thus, he was also able to sense the fluctuations of the dimension's will. He couldn't help but find this strange. Why did the power of dimension only activate when a dimension was facing a life-threatening danger? Otherwise, with how much dimensions detested heavenly venerates, who could become a heavenly venerate if the dimensions were hell-bent on interfering with them? It felt as if there were an intangible matter transcendent above the regulations that suppressed these dimensions, and forced them to act according to a certain set of rules. There are more regulations above the regulations? Ling Han involuntarily fell into deep thought. Then what force was binding the dimensions to these regulations? If such a force truly existed, then wouldn't it be even more powerful? Chong Yen and the 4 other elites were already at the peak stage of the 7th tier, and they would be unable to take another step forward. Theoretically speaking, they should have already been without desire. However, they still cared so deeply about Feng Wuding. Why was this? In order to exterminate hysteria? Ling Han naturally wouldn't believe such an answer. Moreover, Chong Yen and the others were definitely scheming something by purposely withholding information from others. What big secret were they hiding? Lin Yolian, Xian Chihu, and the others stood up and flew back to their original positions. Their wounds weren't severe, and they were far better off than Ling Han. There was admiration and apprehension in the 4 supreme prodigies' eyes as they looked at Ling Han. After all, who told Ling Han to kill Feng Wuding? If he was able to kill Feng Wuding, then he would naturally be able to kill them as well. This caused the 4 prodigies to involuntarily raise their guard against him. Ling Han looked at Xian Chihu and said calmly, "Little Hu, do you dare to attack me?" He was riddled with wounds right now, and his energy levels also appeared to be extremely low. However, he was filled with fighting spirit. Xian Chihu humphed, flicking his sleeve, and saying, "I'll consider whether I should play around with you after your wounds heal. As for right now, I can't be bothered picking on a wounded soldier." Fuck. Since when did he become so upstanding and righteous? Ling Han was astonished. Xian Chihu was actually uttering such words. In the past, who had shamelessly pushed him to carry out the decapitation operation? Who had purposely smeared him and tried to push him toward death? Xian Chihu's actions were indeed in conflict with his actions from before. When Ling Han was attacking Feng Wuding just then, the 4 supreme prodigies had tried to block him together. However, Ling Han didn't put up any defenses, and this caused the 4 supreme prodigies to hold back their power lest they accidentally wounded or even killed him. In Ling Han's memory, Xian Chihu shouldn't have been such a kind person. Wang! A terrifying power suddenly fluctuated at this moment, and a person walked in from the entrance of the realm battlefield. Shatter Mountains. He immediately locked his gaze on Ling Han, and a cold smile faintly tugged at the corners of his lips. What a lucky coincidence. Ling Han was severely wounded right now, so he would definitely lose the ability to heal if Shatter Mountains attacked him with his full strength. As the battle dragged on, Ling Han would definitely become exhausted and eventually fail to maintain his defenses. At that time, he could deliver the killing blow. "Brat, you're dead meat!" Shatter Mountains roared as he charged at Ling Han. "Lord, please show mercy!" Lin Yolian, Wu Haoyang, and Bai Maifan exclaimed as they stepped forward to block Shatter Mountains. To their surprise, Xian Chihu also stepped forward to help. Boom! The 4 prodigies were no match for Shatter Mountains, and they were all sent flying after just a single exchange. The gulf between the late stage of the 7th tier and the peak stage of the 7th tier was still quite significant. In terms of physique, the 4 prodigies were more so far inferior to Shatter Mountains. After facing a single strike, their chi and blood became tumultuous and disarrayed, causing them to feel as uncomfortable as could be. Shatter Mountains paid no heed to this. His physique was indestructible, so he continued to charge toward Ling Han after facing a slight delay to deal with the 7th tier attacks. Ling Han replied with an attack of his own. He also activated his near-invincible defense, one that couldn't be broken by anyone apart from Hysteria. Even those at the peak stage of the 7th tier wouldn't be able to penetrate it. However, Ling Han was severely wounded after clashing with Hysteria several times, and the dimensions inside him had also been severely damaged. He desperately needed to heal. Otherwise, if he continued to battle, the fractures on each dimension would continue to grow and eventually cause them to shatter. He couldn't continue like this. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Even more elites arrived at this moment. Chong Yen, Big Dipper, Mysterious Feather, and Half Moon all gazed at Ling Han with cold expressions on their faces. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. Had Feng Wuding's death caused them to go crazy? They were even going to ignore Hysteria now. Ling Han continued to mull over this as he exchanged blows with Shatter Mountains. What was so special about Feng Wuding? Why was he so highly valued by Chong Yen and the others? If their aim was to kill Hysteria, Ling Han would be more powerful than Feng Wuding if they were both at the same cultivation level, so shouldn't they have valued him more? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Luo and the others also arrived. If Chong Yen and the others valued Feng Wuding, then Lin Luo and the others equally valued Ling Han. He was possibly the only person who could kill Hysteria. Leave, Lin Luo said to Ling Han. Ling Han was a flashpoint right now, so Chong Yen and the others definitely wouldn't relent if he remained. Ling Han nodded in reply. He also needed time to recover from his wounds. Chapter 3010, 3010 Healing. 3010 Healing. Ling Han tore open the void and directly left. However, he naturally wouldn't dare to do this in front of Hysteria that would truly be seeking death. Right now, Chong Yen and the others were being blocked by Lin Luo and the others. Thus, once Ling Han entered the void, who could possibly find him? Ling Han left resolutely. He had already achieved his goal of killing Feng Wuding, and he had even killed the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and dealt with an old grievance as a bonus. This caused him to feel relaxed and optimistic. He would deal with these 5 old bastards next time. Ling Han took his leave. Once he recovered from his wounds, he naturally wouldn't need to fear Chong Yen and the others. Right now, only Hysteria would be able to penetrate his defenses. Whoosh! Ling Han took a few steps through the void before immediately exiting again. He was no longer in the profound negative realm, and he was instead in some medium-level dimension. Ling Han fell out and directly crashed into a lake. His wounds were genuinely severe. After all, he had battled against Hysteria head-on. Without becoming a 7th tier, he ultimately couldn't enjoy the benefits of true indestructibility and invincibility. Ling Han sighed with emotion in his mind as he sank to the bottom of the lake. He allowed the lake water to envelop him as he started to heal his wounds. It was extremely troublesome when Heavenly Venerates became wounded, and this was because they were detested by heaven and earth. In other words, Heavenly Venerates couldn't draw on the power of heaven and earth to heal their wounds. Fortunately, Ling Han still had a few medicinal great herbs that would help with this process. He ate one after another, and once he finished eating all of them, he finally managed to suppress his wounds from worsening. He could now start to slowly recover. He sat cross-legged on the bottom of the lake. Time flew by. Ling Han didn't exude any power, but he was far too powerful to begin with, being a 5th-tier Heavenly Venerate whose battle prowess was at the peak stage of the 7th tier. Even if just a drop of his blood entered the lake, it would still be enough to completely transform the lake. After 10,000 years, the creatures in the lake all started to undergo evolution furiously. The initially ordinary fish, shrimp, crabs, and so on all underwent astonishing changes, discovering sentience and embarking on journeys of cultivation. Several million years passed, and all kinds of crustacean warriors and demons now lived in the lake. The most powerful being was a white snake who grew horns and 4 legs and transformed into a flood dragon. If it evolved again, it would be extremely likely that it would transform into a true dragon. At the same time, the vegetation in the lake also evolved at a wild pace. Even the algae that grew on the rocks at the bottom of the lake could be considered as supreme treasures, and there was more so a golden-purple bamboo forest growing above the lake, with the stalks of bamboo reaching 3 kilometers in height. This attracted phoenixes and all kinds of other divine birds. The initially nameless lake gradually started to gain renown. eventually becoming a sacred land for adventurers from all walks of life. Someone might catch a fish, and someone might obtain a blade of seaweed. Regardless, these could all be concocted into saintly medicines that would aid one's cultivation. If one were to sell them, they would become rich in a single day. As the creatures and vegetation in the lake evolved further and further, more and more people also started to visit. Their average strength also grew higher and higher. Finally, a powerful force appeared and occupied the lake for themselves. From then on, no one else was allowed to visit it. This force was called the Azure Sky Sect, and their sect leader was a powerful ascending origin tier elite. After occupying this lake, he obtained many great herbs that allowed his cultivation speed to increase significantly. In just a mere 3 million years, he advanced from the small accomplishment of the ascending origin tier to the great accomplishment of the ascending origin tier. Numerous elites also appeared in the sect, and it could be said that they were flourishing and reaching new heights. The Azure Sky Sect also named this lake the Heavenly Treasure Lake, signifying that it was the heavens bestowing them with these precious treasures. Inside the lake, Ling Han had already recovered from most of his wounds. However, the issue was that the dimensions inside him had been damaged far too severely. He could naturally repair them one by one. However, that would take an unfathomable amount of time. These dimensions were the source of Ling Han's power, but cultivating them and repairing them were both extremely time-consuming tasks. Ling Han did some calculations in his mind would need at least 50 billion years to repair these dimensions. He couldn't wait for this long. After all, who knew what Chong Yen and the others would do during this time? These old bastards had nothing to worry about now, so Ling Han wouldn't be surprised even if they defected to Hysteria and turned around to attack the profound negative realm. Thus, it was necessary for him to heal and leave as soon as possible. The problem was, what would be the point of returning if he didn't recover his strength? To enjoy a show. How can I speed up my recovery process? There were far too many dimensions inside him. These dimensions were indeed powerful, but trying to repair them was also a massive headache. Ling Han racked his brain for ideas. After several million years, he finally came up with a potential solution. He could divide up his consciousness, with each split entering a dimension and transforming into a doppelganger. These doppelgangers would then recover independently, and this would therefore speed up his recovery process by hundreds of thousands of times. If he succeeded, he would be able to fully recover in just 100,000 years. I'll do just this. Ling Han divided up his consciousness and allowed the cells inside him to become independent. They transformed into independent beings, taking on all kinds of shapes and forms. There were humans, fish, birds, rocks and so on. Ling Han sent these doppelgangers into the void. If they could avoid the storms of energy, there would be boundless fundamental particles for them to absorb. Thus, this was naturally the best place for them to recover. Of course, he definitely couldn't come across Hysteria. Otherwise, his doppelgangers would all be obliterated. Such a coincidence most likely wouldn't occur. Ling Han opened his eyes. Since everything was left to his doppelgangers to deal with, there was actually nothing much for him to do. That being the case, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to go out and take a look. After 100,000 years, he would collect his doppelgangers and return to the profound negative realm. Wang! Powerful currents instantly surged through the lake as he opened his eyes, and it was as if it were about to unleash a tsunami. On the surface of the lake. Young mistress, why have such large waves suddenly appeared in the lake? It's almost like there's about to be a tsunami. This was a small boat with 2 women, one of whom was wearing a white dress, and was quietly seated. She appeared flawless and ethereal. The other woman was wearing a long azure dress, and she was currently standing and rowing the boat. She was quite pretty, but she was far inferior to the woman in the white dress. Right now, there was an expression of astonishment on the face of the standing woman. The surface of the lake was rippling with tumultuous waves, causing the small boat to rock back and forth in a violent manner. This was something that had never been encountered before. Even though the small boat looked ordinary, one had to realize that it was actually a rare treasure that had been personally refined by the sect master of the Azure Sky Sect. To say nothing of a few waves, it could even withstand the attacks of an ascending origin tier elite for a while. The woman in white pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps Auntie Bai is about to transform into a true dragon?" "Really?" the woman in azure exclaimed in surprise and delight. "If Lord Bai becomes a true dragon, then wouldn't she also become a celestial king? However, the woman in white furrowed her brows. From her understanding, Auntie Bai was still a small way off from evolving into a true dragon. As such, how could she have suddenly taken this step? However, if it wasn't Auntie Bai, then how could they explain these tumultuous waves? Auntie Bai was the sole ruler of the Heavenly Treasure Lake, and she was so powerful that even the young mistress father was extremely apprehensive of her. Apart from Auntie Bai, who else dared to cause trouble in the lake? Boom! Giant waves crashed one after another, forming a whirlpool in the center of the lake. Uncannily, however, not a single one of the many spirits and creatures in the lake appeared. This was only natural. They had all evolved and gained sentience thanks to Ling Han, so they were naturally filled with respect and reverence toward Ling Han's aura. Now that Ling Han had woken up, a single thought of his naturally caused all of the creatures to fall down and prostrate themselves. Who dared to rise to the surface of the lake? Chapter 3011. 3011 Benevolent Heart. 3011 Benevolent Heart. On the surface of the lake, the woman in white and her maidservant had no option but to grab the sides of the boat to stabilize themselves. Otherwise, they would definitely fall into the water. It was as if they were experiencing a tsunami, and there weren't any thoughts left in their minds. They were simply trying to stop themselves from falling into the lake. After a long time, perhaps it was an epoch, or perhaps it was an instant, the lake suddenly calmed down. "That scared me to death," the woman in azure said as she vigorously patted her chest. She wasn't afraid of being too forceful and squishing her shapely breasts. She looked at the woman in white and asked, "Young mistress, are you okay?" The woman in white nodded in response. Even though they had experienced a wild storm, her expression still remained calm and collected. She gazed at the large lake. From a young age, she would always come here every day and boat around the lake for a while. Now, however, the lake suddenly felt unfamiliar. "Ha!" She suddenly faltered and pointed at some place in the lake. "Xian, is that a person over there?" "Young mistress, perhaps you're mistaken? How can there be a person there?" The woman in azure replied with a shake of her head. She was quite a relaxed person, and she was already smiling as she said, "Apart from young mistress, the powerful creatures in the Heavenly Treasure Lake won't allow anyone else to travel over the lake. If anyone dares to, they'll immediately be torn to shreds." A few hundred years ago, the seventh elder's son wanted to secretly enter the lake to obtain some treasures. However, he was chopped into pieces. The seventh elder wanted to seek revenge, but the sect leader eventually quashed the matter. Those who dare to wander into the Heavenly Treasure Lake will die for nothing. The woman in white naturally knew about all this. She pointed at that place again and said, "Look carefully." The woman in azure finally glanced over again. She was given a huge fright, and she directly flipped over from the side of the boat. Thankfully, the woman in white quickly reached over and caught her falling body. What had she seen? A man. A ghost. There was shock on her face. What in the world was going on? There was actually someone underwater in the middle of the lake? And his eyes were wide open as well? If he wasn't a ghost, then what else could he be? One had to realize that those who dared to enter the lake would all end up in pieces. The only exception was the young mistress standing next to her. However, the two women immediately saw a large number of creatures appearing in the middle of the lake. There were fish spirits, shrimp spirits, crab spirits, and so on. In fact, it seemed like all of the spirits and creatures in the Heavenly Treasure Lake had gathered together. "I'll go and save him," the woman in white said. Before the woman in azure could block her, she immediately dived into the water and started swimming toward the man. She knew that she wouldn't be harmed by the creatures in the lake. However, it was a different story for that man. It appeared as if he had enraged the entire Heavenly Treasure Lake, and he had surprisingly provoked all of the creatures and caused them to gather together. Even she was feeling slightly anxious. "Young mistress," the woman in azure shouted. This was all she had time to do, and she almost wanted to jump into the lake as well. However, she knew that only her young mistress could travel through the lake without any restrictions. If she dared to enter the lake, she would face certain death. However, she wasn't feeling confident this time, because there were far too many spirits and creatures in the water. Just looking at them was enough to make her head go numb. Ling Han was astonished. He naturally saw the two women in the lake, But at his level, did he need to pay any heed to them? He didn't use any of his power, and he was simply moving with the undulations of the lake. As for all the creatures beneath him, this was very simple. He was the reason behind their sentience and ability to cultivate, so which of them didn't treat him as a god? Now that he was about to leave, these creatures were naturally gathering here to bid farewell. However, Ling Han's aura was far too terrifying, so none of the creatures in the lake dared to say anything. They could only bid farewell to him in silence. Yet, this woman was actually swimming over to save him? Ling Han was slightly touched. This woman was truly a kind soul. She was also extremely brave as well, or else how would she have dared to jump into the lake after seeing an army of fish spirits and other spirits? To say nothing of jumping into the lake to save him, most people would have immediately turned around and fled. The creatures in the lake all wore hostile expressions when they saw the woman in white approach. They felt an innate sense of friendliness toward this woman, and it was because of this that they had allowed her to play in the lake from a young age. They viewed her as a companion. However, now that Ling Han was here, it was a completely different matter. This was their ancient ancestor, their origin, their totem. How could they allow him to be desecrated? The woman in white couldn't help but feel stunned. She could naturally feel the killing intent of these lake spirits. She was extremely sensitive toward this kind of aura, and her first instinctual thought was to turn around and flee. However, she glanced at Ling Han and gritted her teeth before continuing to dive down. She grabbed Ling Han's arm and furiously swam toward the surface of the lake. The lake spirits wanted to attack, but Ling Han unleashed a powerful aura, suppressing them and making them not dare to move. Splash! The woman in white resurfaced, and with a leap, she had already landed on the boat. "Young mistress, you scared me to death," the woman in azure said as she furiously patted her chest. This was truly a worrisome sight. If she continued to abuse her chest, it would eventually transform from two towering mountains into a flat plain. The woman in white looked into the lake, only to see the lake spirits stop their advance when they were still 90 meters from the surface. They didn't swim any closer, nor did they scatter. Instead, they all stared at her just like that. This caused her to shiver in apprehension. She had never seen these lake spirits act like this before. "Leave," she said. "Okay," the woman in azure hurriedly replied as she rowed the boat. Only at this moment did the woman in white look toward Ling Han. When she had leaped into the small boat, she had also tossed Ling Han inside. However, she almost stumbled and tripped when she looked over. This was because Ling Han was wearing a calm and carefree expression. In fact, there was even a faint smile on his face. "You almost died, you know that?" She humphed and said, "You're not a disciple of our sect." Ling Han shook his head and said, "No, I'm not." Scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, he was able to see everything in the Azure Sky sect, including the movements and speech of everyone. He instantly understood the situation. "How impudent! Not only did you barge into our sect, but you're even coveting our sacred lake," the woman in white chided. Ling Han smiled and asked, "Then why did you rescue me?" "Young mistress has a benevolent heart, and she isn't willing to even step on an ant. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, you would have already been torn into shreds and eaten," the woman in azure interjected. "Oh, then I can jump back into the lake to return this favor," Ling Han said. "You've gone crazy," the woman in white exclaimed. However, she immediately regained her composure, and said, "When we get back to shore, immediately leave this place and never return again. Otherwise, you won't be as lucky as today." "She truly is a benevolent person," Ling Han said in his mind. This was like a thief entering someone's house and being caught by a pet beast before being able to steal anything. Yet, not only did the owner not turn them in, but she even helped them break free and leave. Such kind people were definitely a rare breed nowadays. She was definitely one of only a few. Ling Han cocked his head, and acted as if he were listening to something. After a while he said, "Then let's count this as me owing you a favor. You can look for me if you need my help. I'll naturally help you resolve the problem." Chapter 30:12 3012 Favor. 3012 Favor. An expression of scorn immediately spread across the woman in azure's face when she heard this, and she said, "Brat, who do you think you are? You were saved by young mistress. Yet you're actually saying that you can resolve a problem for her? What a shameless boast. Ling Han simply replied with a faint smile. He didn't try to defend himself, nor did he demonstrate his earth-shattering power. After reaching his level, he would leave many things up to fate. If the woman in white believed him, he would naturally step forward to help her. If she didn't believe him, however, Ling Han naturally wouldn't interfere. The woman in white also felt like Ling Han was slightly dodgy, so after parking the boat on the shore, she said, "You're on your own now." She retrieved her boat and left with the woman in azure. After taking a few steps, the maidservant even turned around to stick her tongue out at Ling Han. Ling Han naturally wouldn't pay any heed to this. He slowly wandered around and appreciated the mountains and waters. There was a question in his mind. Since dimensions were sentient, why couldn't they act as they pleased? What power was restricting them? Ling Han observed the mountains and waters, hoping to draw inspiration and enlightenment from them. Regardless of how big the world was, it was ultimately made up of countless mountains and waters. Examining the small to understand the big. It was possible to discover the truth of the world by examining these small details. Ling Han continued to wander around the territory of the Azure Sky sect. He was naturally seen by many people, and he was naturally a new face to all of them as well. However, because of his calm and composed expression, everyone thought that he was a new disciple of one of the elders, and it was because of this that they didn't recognize him. Surprisingly, not a single person thought of him as an intruder. Elsewhere, the woman in white had already returned to her room. Shortly after, a servant walked over. "Young mistress, the Lord is calling for you," the servant said. The woman in white nodded and followed after the servant. It wasn't long before they arrived in a large hall. She curtsied and said, "Greetings, father. You may rise." The woman in white stood up and scanned the surroundings, only to see two other people in addition to her father, Ning Daolan. One of them looked to be in his 40s, and was a sturdily built man. However, the age of an elite couldn't be estimated by their appearance, so it wouldn't be surprising even if he were hundreds of millions of years older than Ning Daolan. The other person was a young man who appeared extremely handsome. However, his eyes appeared slightly sinister, and she immediately developed a bad impression of him. Ning Daolan pointed at the burly middle-aged man, and said, "Haixin, this is Han Zhan, Senior Han." Ning Haixin, the woman in white, curtsied at the middle-aged man, and said, "Greeting, Senior Han." Han Zhang laughed heartily, and remarked, "Heh, I've always heard that your daughter was a beautiful woman. Sure enough, this is the case." Ning Haixin was slightly displeased upon hearing this. Even though this was praise, it was also something that made her feel extremely uncomfortable. It could only be said that Han Zhang was a crude person. Ning Daolan pointed at the young man, and introduced, "And this is Lu Yong, Brother Lu. Brother Lu is the fourth son of Celestial King Entang, and he's an extremely talented prodigy who might become even stronger than Lord Entang in the future." Ning Haixin curtsied at Lu Yong, and said, "Greetings, Brother Lu." "Please rise, virtuous sister," Lu Yong said. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly stood up and dashed over in a single step, reaching over to help Ning Haixin up. Ning Haixin took a step back, causing Lu Yong to grab empty air. A hint of disgust rose in her mind. This person was far too audacious, and he actually dared to reach over to take advantage of her. "Haha, it looks like nephew Lu has taken a liking to your daughter," Han Zhang said with hearty laughter. "Brother Ning, when should we set the wedding?" "What?" Ning Haixin was astonished. She was going to get married? Married to this clearly detestable Lu Yong. She looked at her father, hoping that he would immediately refute this suggestion. To her disappointment and dismay, however, he actually started to carefully consider this question. It was clear that he wasn't going to reject this advance. Instead, he was contemplating a good date for their wedding. Her head suddenly felt light, and she almost fainted on the spot. She barely heard what her father said afterward, and her mind was simply a scrambled mess. Only at the end did she hear him reply, "After 3 months, we'll wait for son-in-law Lu Yong to come and pick up the bride." She didn't know how she returned to her room, and it was as if she had lost her soul. The woman in azure hurriedly walked over, and asked, "Young mistress, what's wrong?" Ning Haixin was extremely dispirited, and it was with her maidservant's help that she walked to her bed and sat down. She suddenly burst into tears. Young mistress, what's wrong? Don't scare me, the woman in azure said in bewilderment. Why was the young mistress suddenly crying? Ning Haixin didn't reply, and she simply continued to sob. She was filled with grief. She was going to get married to someone, yet she was only notified when they were deciding on the wedding date. Moreover, Lu Yong clearly wasn't a good person. She had an innate ability to tell a good person from a bad person, and she could easily see if someone had ulterior motives or not. She saw lust and contempt radiating from Lu Yong. If she married this man, her life would most definitely become a miserable and bitter one. In fact, she might even die from suffocation. Why was her father betrothing her to this man? After she calmed down, the answer became extremely obvious. Celestial King and Teng. Lu Yang's father was a celestial king, and Ning Daolan was someone with extremely wild ambition. She wasn't satisfied with remaining at the ascending origin tier. Even though he was powerful, he would still eventually perish one day. However, becoming a celestial king would be different. He would become undying, and he would enjoy a lifespan as long as heaven and earth. Ning Daolan needed to use his daughter to create this opportunity. An opportunity that would give him a chance to become a celestial king, regardless of how small this chance was. However, shouldn't all parents in the world love their children? No, Ning Haixin knew that her father was capable of doing something like this. This was because she had two older brothers who were capable of supporting the Ning clan in the future. As for a daughter, she would eventually have to marry someone one day, so wouldn't it be better to get some benefits out of her marriage? From a young age, Ning Haixin had already known that her father didn't love her very much. He only cared about two things. Firstly, his own cultivation. Secondly, the growth of his two sons. She stopped sobbing, knowing that her father wouldn't change his mind. Xian Yi, I'm going to leave this place, she said with a resolute expression as she looked up. Why? The woman in azure asked, still unaware of the situation. Father wants to force me into a marriage with someone who I'm completely unfamiliar with. And that person is a rascal, Ning Haixin replied. The woman in azure hesitated for a brief moment before saying, All right, then let's leave, young mistress. The two women packed some belongings, and they naturally had spatial god tools to hold all their luggage. Others wouldn't be able to notice anything amiss. They walked out of Ning Haixin's room, and they continued to descend the mountain in a calm and composed manner. They didn't want to alert anyone by accident. Ha! Young mistress, look over there. The woman in azure suddenly exclaimed as she pointed at the mountain path in front of them. Ning Haixin looked over, and she couldn't help but feel astonished. Wasn't this the man she had rescued from the heavenly treasure lake just then? Hadn't she told him to leave? Why was he still wandering around with such a relaxed and carefree expression? Do you really think this place is your home? She wanted to walk over and lecture him, but upon recalling her situation, she could only sigh and pretend that she hadn't seen him. The two women arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, before they could even leave, they heard a distant voice say, Young mistress, please return now. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.